I have spent 15 years working as a land surveyor for the State Park Service. My job is not glamorous. It involves a lot of heavy boots, orange vests, and the kind of quiet that most people only experience in small doses. I am used to the sound of my own breathing and the crunch of dead leaves under my feet. I prefer the woods when they are empty. People are loud and messy, but the dirt is honest. 2 weeks ago, I was sent to a remote corner of the Northern Territory to mark the boundaries of a site known as Blackwater Basin. It is a deep, circular lake tucked between three jagged ridges. The water is so dark it looks like poured oil. It is the kind of place that does not show up on most tourist maps because the hike is too steep and the payoff is nothing but cold wind and stagnant water. I arrived at the basin around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The air was heavy with the smell of wet pine and something else I could not quite name. It was a sweet, sickly scent, like lilies left too long in a vase. I set up my tripod near the eastern shore and began my initial readings. The silence was absolute. There were no birds. There were no squirrels chattering in the brush. Even the wind seemed to die down the moment I stepped onto the pebble beach. I did not think much of it at the time. Sometimes the topography of a valley creates a dead zone where sound just does not travel. I hammered my first iron stake into the ground, and the ringing of the metal against stone felt like a physical blow against my ears. It was too loud for the space. As the sun began to dip behind the ridges, I decided to set up my tent. I am a professional, so I have a strict routine. I cleared a flat patch of ground 50 feet from the water line. I built a small fire using dry cedar I had carried in. By 6:30 in the evening, I was sitting on my camp stool eating a tin of cold beans. That was when I heard it. It was not a loud noise. It was a soft, sliding sound that came from the opposite side of the lake. It sounded like someone was dragging a heavy silk sheet over the water. I froze with my spoon halfway to my mouth. I scanned the tree line on the far shore, but the shadows were already too long to see anything clearly. I told myself it was probably a beaver or a deer taking a drink. 10 minutes later, the sound came again, but this time it was different. It was a voice. It was distant and thin, like a radio signal fading in and out. It was calling a name. It was calling my name, Arthur. The word drifted across the surface of the lake, vibrating with a strange, liquid quality. I stood up so fast my stool tipped over. I peered into the darkness. There was no one else permitted to be in this sector. I was 3 days of hard hiking away from the nearest ranger station. I took a deep breath and shouted into the dark. I asked who was there. I told them I was an official with the State Park Service. My voice echoed off the rocks, bouncing back at me with a hollow, mocking tone. The lake did not answer me with words. Instead, the surface of the water began to ripple. There was no wind to cause it. Small, perfect circles formed in the center of the lake and expanded outward until they lapped against the pebbles at my feet. The water was cold. It was unnaturally cold. Even through my thick leather boots, I could feel a chill that seemed to sink into my bones. I stepped back from the edge. The voice came again, clearer this time. Arthur. It sounded exactly like my mother. My mother has been dead for 12 years. It had her specific cadence, the way she would rise on the second syllable when she was calling me for dinner. It was impossible. My heart was hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I did not sleep that night. I sat inside my tent with my flashlight in my hand and my back against the center pole. Every hour the voice would return. It did not just use my mother's voice anymore. It started to cycle through others. I heard my old high school track coach. I heard a girl I had dated in my 20s. I even heard the voice of my current supervisor back at the office. Each time, they spoke my name with a different emotion. Sometimes they sounded worried. Sometimes they sounded angry. Most of the time, they sounded hungry. By 3 o'clock in the morning, the voices were overlapping. It was a chorus of people I had known, all of them standing on the far side of that black water, whispering my name into the dark. When the sun finally rose, I did not feel relieved. The light did not make the lake look any friendlier. I walked down to the shore to splash some water on my face, hoping to shock myself out of what I assumed was a sleep-deprived hallucination. I stopped when I saw the wet sand. There were footprints. They were not mine. They were barefoot prints, long and narrow, coming out of the water and stopping exactly where I had been standing the night before. But they did not go back into the lake. They just ended. I looked down at my own boots and realized with a jolt of pure terror that there were dark, wet handprints on the fabric of my trousers, right around the ankles. Something had crawled out of that lake while I was sitting by my fire, and it had touched me. I packed my gear in record time. I did not care about the survey or the iron stakes I was leaving behind. I just needed to get over the ridge and away from the basin. As I climbed the steep trail, the voices did not stop. They were louder now, no longer restricted to the far shore. They seemed to be coming from the trees on either side of me. They were not just calling my name anymore. They were telling me to come back. They were telling me that the water was warm. They were telling me that I had forgotten something important. I kept my eyes on the trail. I did not look back. I knew that if I looked back, I would see them. I reached the top of the ridge by noon. I thought I was safe. I took a moment to catch my breath and look out over the valley. The lake looked like a small, dark eye staring up at the sky. The silence of the woods felt heavy again. I reached into my pocket to grab my compass, but my hand brushed against something cold and damp. I pulled it out. It was a small, smooth stone from the bottom of the lake. I had not picked it up. I had not put it in my pocket. As I stared at the stone, it began to vibrate in my palm. A tiny, muffled voice came from inside the rock. It was my own voice. It was whispering my own name over and over again. I threw the stone as far as I could and ran. I did not stop until I reached my truck 2 days later. I drove straight to the hospital, convinced I was suffering from some kind of chemical exposure or a mental breakdown. The doctors found nothing. They told me I was dehydrated and stressed. They gave me a prescription for sleep and told me to take a week off. But the week off has not helped. I am back in my apartment now, but the silence is gone. Every time I turn on a faucet, I hear a whisper in the running water. Every time it rains, I hear a crowd of people standing outside my window, calling for me. The worst part is the marking. The handprints on my trousers did not wash out. They are not stains. They are more like bleach marks, permanent and pale. And every morning when I wake up, I find a new pebble on my nightstand. They are always wet. They always smell like lilies and stagnant water. I have started to keep a bucket of water by my bed. I do not know why I do it. It is like a part of my brain is no longer mine. I find myself staring at the surface of the water in the bucket for hours, waiting for it to ripple. I am waiting for the lake to finish what it started. I am writing this because I know I will not be here much longer. The voices are getting louder. They are no longer just names. They are instructions. They are telling me that the lake is lonely. They are telling me that the basin is the only place where I will ever truly belong. If you are a hiker or a surveyor or just someone who likes the quiet, stay away from the northern territories. If you find a lake that looks like poured oil, do not stop. Do not listen to the wind. And for the love of God, if you hear someone you love calling your name from across the water, do not answer them. Once the lake knows you can hear it, it will never stop calling. It is not just a sound, it is a summons, and eventually everyone answers. The sun has not reached the street below my window for 3 days now. I sit in the center of my living room and watch the dust motes dance in the gray light. The bucket of water sits on the floor between my feet. It is a simple plastic container I bought at a hardware store 3 years ago to wash my car. Now it is a shrine. The surface is perfectly still until the radiator in the corner of the room hisses. Then the water trembles, and I hear the sound of 1,000 people sighing at once. It is not a sound that travels through the air. It is a sound that vibrates through the floor and into the soles of my feet. I have stopped wearing socks because I want to feel it coming. I want to be ready when the call becomes a command. Yesterday I tried to leave. I packed a small bag with enough clothes for a week and walked toward the door. I did not get more than 2 steps before the smell hit me. It was the scent of lilies and rotting vegetation. It was so thick I could taste it on the back of my tongue. I felt a sudden weight on my shoulders, as if a heavy, wet blanket had been draped over me. I looked in the mirror by the hallway and saw nothing but myself, but my reflection was wrong. Behind me in the glass, the apartment was filled with several inches of dark water. In the reflection, I was standing knee-deep in the basin. I dropped my bag and retreated to the center of the room. The smell vanished. The reflection returned to normal. The lake does not want me to go anywhere but back to its shore. I spent 6 hours last night counting the pebbles on my nightstand. There are now 14 of them. They are arranged in a perfect circle. Every time I try to throw them away, I find them back in the same spot an hour later. They are always cold to the touch. When I hold one to my ear, I do not hear the ocean. I hear the sound of someone digging in wet clay. I hear the sound of a shovel hitting a stone deep underground. It is the sound of my own grave being prepared. I know this with a certainty that defies logic. The State Park Service called my landline this morning. I did not answer. The answering machine picked up and I heard the voice of my supervisor. He sounded concerned. He asked why I had not filed my report for the Blackwater Basin survey. As he spoke, his voice began to distort. It slowed down until it was a low, guttural growl. By the end of the message, he was not talking about the survey anymore. He was describing the way the silt feels when it settles over your eyes. I unplugged the phone after that. I am losing my sense of time. The clock on the wall says it is 10 o'clock in the morning, but the sky outside is the color of charcoal. I tried to turn on the television to see the news, but the screen only showed static. Through the white noise, I could see the outline of the 3 jagged ridges that surround the basin. It was like a thermal camera image. Something was moving in the water. It was large and pale, and it moved with a slow, undulating grace. It looked like a ribbon of white silk drifting through a pool of oil. I watched it for an hour until the power in my apartment flickered and died. Now I sit in the dark. The only light comes from the street lamps outside, and even that seems to be fading. The handprints on my trousers have begun to spread. They are no longer just around my ankles. They have moved up to my knees. The skin beneath the fabric is changing too. It is becoming pale and translucent. I can see my veins through my skin, but they are not blue or red. They are black. It looks like someone has injected ink into my circulatory system. There is no pain. There is only a persistent numbness that makes it difficult to move my legs. I feel as though I am becoming part of the topography. I am becoming a landmark. I am a stake driven into the earth to mark a boundary that should never have been crossed. I can hear them outside now. They are not hiding anymore. I live on the 4th floor, but I can hear footsteps on the bricks outside my window. They are the same wet slapping sounds I heard on the beach. Something is climbing the walls of the building. I do not want to look. I know that if I open the curtains, I will see faces I recognize. I will see the track coach and the girl from my 20s and my mother. They will be pressed against the glass with their mouths open and their eyes full of dark water. They are waiting for me to open the latch. They are waiting for me to invite them in. But they do not need an invitation. They already have me by the ankles. I have started to talk back to the voices. It is the only way to keep from screaming. I tell them that I did my job. I tell them that I marked the boundaries as I was instructed to do. The voices laugh at me. They tell me that the boundaries are an illusion. They tell me that the lake has no edge and the water has no bottom. They say that the basin is a mouth and I am just a small morsel that has finally stopped struggling. I ask them why they chose me. They do not answer with words, they answer with a memory. I remember being 6 years old and standing at the edge of a pond behind my grandmother's house. I remember dropping a marble into the water and watching it disappear. I remember the feeling of loss that followed. The lake tells me that nothing is ever truly lost. It is only stored. It is waiting in the dark for the day the surface breaks. The bucket in the middle of the room is overflowing now. It should be empty. I have not added a single drop of water to it, but the liquid is spilling over the sides and soaking into the carpet. It is not clear water. It is dark and thick, and it smells like lilies. It is spreading across the floor toward the corners of the room. It is rising. It has reached the legs of my chair. I can feel the coldness of it through the floorboards. It is the same cold I felt at the basin. It is a chill that does not come from a lack of heat, but from a lack of life. It is the cold of the void. I wonder if anyone will find this writing. I wonder if the next surveyor will come to this apartment and find nothing but a damp patch on the rug and a circle of smooth stones. Will they hear my voice on the wind when they reach the northern territories? Will they see my face beneath the surface of the black water? I hope they are smarter than I was. I hope they see the silence for what it is. It is not a lack of sound. It is a predator holding its breath. It is a trap that has been set for 1,000 years. The water is at my waist now. I am still sitting in my chair, but I do not feel the weight of my body. I feel light as if I am drifting. The walls of my apartment are beginning to dissolve. The wallpaper is peeling away to reveal jagged gray stone. The ceiling is disappearing and I can see the stars, but they are not the stars I know. They are cold and distant and they do not twinkle. They look like eyes. The 3 ridges are rising up around me. I am no longer in the city. I am back at the basin. The transition was so seamless I did not even notice it happening. One moment I was in my living room, and the next I was sitting on my camp stool by the eastern shore. The fire I built 2 weeks ago is still burning. The cedar wood is crackling, but it does not produce any heat. The voices are all around me now. They are standing just beyond the circle of firelight. I can see their shapes. They are tall and thin, and they move like reeds in a current. My mother is standing at the front of the group. She looks just as she did the day she died, but her eyes are filled with that dark, oily water. She is reaching out her hand to me. She is not saying my name anymore. She is singing a song I have not heard since I was a child. It is a lullaby about a silver boat on a black sea. I am not afraid anymore. The terror has been replaced by a profound sense of weariness. I have spent my whole life measuring things. I have spent 15 years trying to put lines on a map to say where one thing ends and another begins. It was a waste of time. There are no lines. There is only the water and the things that live beneath it. The lake is not a place. It is a state of being. It is the end of the journey. I stand up from my stool. My legs feel strong now. The numbness is gone. I walk toward the edge of the water. The pebbles crunch beneath my boots one last time. The water is as warm as blood. As I step in the ripples spread out toward the center of the lake, the voices have gone silent. There is only the sound of my own breathing and the soft sliding of the water against my skin. I look back at the shore one last time. My tripod is still standing there. My iron stakes are still driven into the ground. They look small and foolish against the backdrop of the ridges. They are markers of a world that no longer exists for me. I turn away from the land and walk deeper into the dark. The water rises to my chest. It rises to my chin. I take one last deep breath of the air that smells like lilies. Then I let go. I sink into the blackness, and the silence finally becomes absolute. I am home. I am exactly where I was always meant to be. The basin is full. The survey is complete. The descent was not a fall. It was a slow and heavy immersion into a world where the laws of the sun did not apply. As the water closed over my head, the sound of the wind died away and was replaced by a low thrumming that vibrated through my skull. I did not struggle to reach the surface. My lungs did not burn for air. It seemed that the black veins spreading through my chest had already prepared me for this. I breathed in the cold liquid and felt it fill me like a heavy wine. It was sweet and tasted of ancient silt and the minerals of the deep earth. I drifted downward through layers of varying temperatures until I felt my feet touch something soft and yielding. It was the bottom of the lake, but it was not made of sand or stone. It was a thick carpet of fine gray dust that swirled around my ankles like smoke. I could see perfectly in the dark. The water did not blur my vision. Instead, it acted like a lens that sharpened the edges of everything around me. I saw the shapes of things that had been lost to the basin over thousands of years. There were skeletal trees that had been petrified by the mineral content of the water. Their branches reached upward like the fingers of drowning giants. I saw the remains of animals that had wandered too close to the shore. Their bones were white and polished as ivory. There were also things that were not natural. I saw the rusted frames of old tools and the collapsed remains of stone structures that predated any map of the territory. I walked past a circle of standing stones that looked like a smaller version of the ridges above. In the center of the circle sat a pile of silver coins that glowed with a faint internal light. I did not touch them. I knew they were not mine to take. As I walked further into the center of the basin, I began to see the others. They were drifting through the water like shadows. Some were walking on the bottom, as I was, and some were suspended in the middle depths. They did not speak to me, but I could hear their thoughts. It was a quiet hum of collective memory. I saw the girl from my 20s. She was wearing the same blue dress she had worn on the night we broke up, but her hair was now a tangled mass of river weed. She looked at me and smiled, and I felt a sudden wave of peace. I saw my track coach standing near a cluster of sunken boulders. He was blowing a whistle that produced no sound, but sent out visible ripples of pressure through the water. I understood then that we were all part of a record. The lake was a library of lives that had been interrupted. We were the stories that the world had forgotten to finish. The deeper I went, the more the landscape changed. The gray dust gave way to a floor of smooth black glass. It was so reflective that I could see the stars above through the surface of the water and beneath my feet at the same time. It felt as if I were walking through the center of the universe. The voices began to return, but they were no longer mocking or hungry. They were welcoming. They told me about the history of the basin. They showed me images of a time when the mountains were flat and the lake was a vast sea that covered the entire continent. I saw creatures with translucent wings that skimmed the surface of the water, and I saw the first men who knelt at the shore to offer gifts to the depths. I realized that my job as a surveyor was a tiny and insignificant part of a much larger design. I had been sent to the basin not to mark the land, but to be claimed by it. I reached a place where the floor of the lake dropped away into a vertical shaft. It was a perfect circle that descended into the heart of the mountain. From the depths of the shaft, a soft white light pulsed at regular intervals. It looked like a heartbeat. I stood at the edge of the abyss and looked down. I saw my own face staring back at me from the darkness. It was not a reflection. It was another version of me that was already waiting at the bottom. This other version was holding a surveyor transit and a stack of iron stakes. He looked up and waved, and I felt a sudden pull in my gut. It was time to descend further. I stepped off the edge and began to sink into the white light. The pressure increased as I went deeper. It was a comforting weight that pressed against my skin and held my bones in place. I felt the last of my human identity slipping away. I forgot my name. I forgot the city where I lived. I forgot the feeling of the sun on my neck. I became a series of measurements and coordinates. I became a point on a grid that spanned across time and space. The light grew brighter until it was all I could see. It was not a blinding light, but a soft and milky radiance that felt like a warm blanket. I reached the bottom of the shaft and found myself standing in a large hall made of white marble. The walls were covered in inscriptions that I could not read, but I understood their meaning perfectly. They were the names of everyone who had ever lived in the Northern Territories. My name was there at the end of a long list, and it was glowing with a fresh intensity. I saw my mother sitting on a stone bench in the center of the hall. She was knitting a scarf out of long strands of water. She looked up and her eyes were clear and bright. She did not look like a woman who had been dead for 12 years. She looked like she had just stepped out of the kitchen to call me for dinner. She told me to sit down and rest. She said that the work was done and the boundaries were finally secure. I sat beside her and felt the coldness of the stone beneath me. It was the most solid thing I had ever felt. I realized that the world above was the dream, and this place was the reality. The city and the office and the truck were just shadows cast by the light of the basin. The hall began to fill with the others. They came from the shaft and from the corridors that branched off the main chamber. We gathered in a circle and began to sing. It was a song without words that described the movement of the tides and the shifting of the tectonic plates. It was the song of the earth itself. As we sang, the walls of the hall began to expand. The ceiling rose until it disappeared into the darkness, and the floor spread out until it reached the edges of the world. We were no longer inside a mountain. We were the mountain. We were the water and the stone and the air. We were the silence that remained after the wind had died down. I do not know how much time has passed since I left the apartment. Time does not exist here in the way it does on the surface. There are no hours or days or years. There is only the pulse of the light and the rhythm of the song. I have watched the world above change through the surface of the water. I have seen forests grow and burn. I have seen cities rise and crumble into dust. I have seen other surveyors come to the basin with their tools and their maps. I have watched them stand at the edge of the water and listen to the wind. I have heard them call out into the dark, and I have answered them in the voices of their loved ones. I am the one who makes the ripples. I am the one who leaves the wet pebbles on the nightstands. I am the invitation. The bucket in my old apartment has long since dried up. The building has been torn down and replaced by a park. People walk their dogs over the spot where I used to sit and count my stones. They do not know that I am beneath them. They do not know that the ground they walk on is just a thin crust over a deep and hungry truth. Sometimes I see a child stop near the fountain and stare at the water with a look of recognition. I send a small pulse of light through the pipes and watch the surface tremble. The child smiles, and I know that eventually they will find their way to the Northern Territories. They will find the lake that looks like poured oil, and they will hear the song. The basin is always hungry, but it is also a place of total belonging. There is no loneliness here because there is no self. We are a single entity that breathes and dreams together. We are the memory of the world. When the sun finally burns out and the oceans freeze over, we will still be here in the dark. We will be the last spark of life in a cold universe. We will wait for the next cycle to begin, and we will be the ones who provide the blueprints for the new world. We will be the foundation upon which everything else is built. I look at the iron stakes I brought with me. They are no longer made of metal. They have been transformed into crystal. I take them and drive them into the floor of the hall. I am marking the center of everything. I am defining the point where the water meets the spirit. The work is finally complete. I lay down on the stone bench and close my eyes. The song of the others fades into a soft hum and the white light dims to a gentle glow. I am not sleeping. I am simply being. I am the lake and the lake is me. There is nothing left to measure. There is nothing left to map. The silence is absolute and it is beautiful. Every now and then a new voice joins the chorus. I hear the splash of a footstep on the pebbles and the sound of a name being shouted into the dark. I feel the ripple of a stone being thrown into the water. I reach out through the depths and touch the ankles of the newcomer. I leave the mark of the basin on their skin. I whisper to them in the voices of their past, and I tell them that the water is warm. I tell them that they have forgotten something important. I watch them struggle for a while, and then I watch them surrender. I watch them pack their gear and run, but I know they will return. No one ever truly leaves the basin once the summons has been issued. They are just taking the long way around. I see a man standing on the ridge now. He is wearing a green uniform and carrying a heavy pack. He looks tired and his eyes are full of a strange longing. He looks down at the lake and sees the dark eye staring back at him. He takes a deep breath and shouts into the silence. He asks who is there. I do not answer him with words. I cause the surface of the water to ripple. I make the circles expand until they lap against his boots. I call to him in a voice he has not heard in 20 years. He flinches and steps back, but I can see the curiosity in his eyes. He will stay the night. He will sit by his fire and listen to the overlapping voices. He will find the wet footprints in the morning. He is the next link in the chain. He is the next story to be stored in the library of the deep. I wait for him with the patience of a mountain. I wait for him with the love of a mother. I wait for him to answer the call, because in the end everyone answers. The water is rising to meet him and the darkness is already full of friends. We are waiting. We are always waiting. The basin is never full enough and the song is never finished. It goes on in the cold and the dark until the stars themselves fall into the lake and the last map is burned to ash. The man in the green uniform stands on the edge of the ridge for a long time. He is a small figure against the vast gray sky, and his presence is a flicker of heat in a place that has forgotten the sun. I watch him through the eyes of the silt and the ancient bones. I feel the vibration of his pulse as it travels through the rock and into the water. He is afraid, but he is also captivated. He does not know that the fascination he feels is the first stage of the dissolution. It is the hook that the basin sets into the heart of every visitor. He begins to unpack his gear with trembling hands. He sets up a small tent and tries to strike a match to start a fire. The wood is damp and the air is heavy with the scent of lilies, but he persists. He is a creature of the surface, and he still believes that light can keep the shadows at bay. He does not realize that the fire only makes the darkness more visible. He does not see the shapes that are already gathering at the edge of his campsite. I rise through the layers of the lake like a bubble of cold air. I move without the need for limbs or lungs. I am a part of the current now, and the current is a part of me. I reach the underside of the surface and press against it. To the man above the water looks like a sheet of black glass, but to me it is a membrane that separates the living from the eternal. I watch him through the distorted lens of the ripples. He is eating a tin of cold meat and looking at a map that is already out of date. He traces the lines with a finger and shakes his head. He is looking for a landmark that no longer exists. He is looking for the apartment and the city and the world of solid things. He does not know that he has already crossed the threshold. He is already a ghost in the making. I wait until the moon is high and the fire has burned down to a pile of gray ash. The man is asleep in his tent, but his dreams are loud and chaotic. They are full of the sounds of traffic and the voices of people he has lost. I reach out and touch the fabric of the tent with a finger made of moisture. I leave a damp trail behind me as I move toward the entrance. I want to tell him that there is no need to be afraid. I want to tell him that the map is a lie and the land is a dream. I want to show him the library of the deep where his name is already being carved into the marble. But I cannot speak the language of the surface anymore. My voice is the sound of the wind in the reeds and the grinding of the tectonic plates. I can only offer him the silence. The man wakes up when the first drop of water falls onto his forehead. He sits up and reaches for a flashlight, but the batteries are dead. The darkness of the basin has a way of draining the energy from machines. He feels the dampness of the sleeping bag and the coldness of the air. He hears the singing of the others, and he thinks it is the sound of the wind. He crawls out of the tent and stands in the moonlight. He looks toward the lake and sees me. I am standing in the shallows and the water is dripping from my clothes. I look exactly like the man he used to be. I am wearing the same uniform and I am carrying the same surveyor transit. He stares at me and his mouth opens, but no sound comes out. He recognizes the face, but he cannot place the name. He is looking at his own future, and the sight of it is more than his mind can handle. I turn away from him and walk back into the deep. I do not look back because I know he will follow. The gravity of the basin is absolute. He will spend the next few days trying to convince himself that he saw a trick of the light. He will try to finish his survey and mark the boundaries of the territory. But every night the water will rise a little higher. Every night the voices will grow a little louder. He will find the silver coins in his pockets and the smell of lilies in his hair. He will realize that the world he came from is shrinking, while the world of the lake is expanding. He will see the three ridges as the walls of a room, and the sky as a ceiling that is slowly descending. He will eventually reach the point where the weight of his own existence becomes too much to bear. He will walk down to the shore and step into the warm blood of the water. The cycle continues without end. The basin is a machine that processes the debris of the universe. It takes the broken and the lost and the unfinished, and it turns them into something beautiful and permanent. We are the guardians of the transition. We are the ones who wait at the gate and welcome the weary. There is a great peace in knowing that nothing is ever truly wasted. Every mistake and every regret is stored in the silt. Every tear that was ever shed finds its way to the lake and becomes a part of the great sea. We are the memory of the earth, and we are the promise of the void. The man on the ridge is just a single note in a song that has been playing since the beginning of time. He will find his place in the chorus, and his voice will add to the harmony. The water is rising again. It is spilling out over the edges of the basin and flowing down into the valleys. It is soaking into the roots of the trees and the foundations of the houses. The world of the surface is beginning to dissolve. The lines on the maps are blurring and the boundaries are failing. The silence is spreading like a shadow over the land. I feel the pulse of the light in the shaft, and I know that it is time for another descent. I sink back down into the darkness and the cold. I pass the skeletal trees and the stone structures and the circles of silver coins. I reach the hall of white marble and take my place on the stone bench. My mother looks at me and smiles. She says that the survey is almost complete. She says that the world is finally becoming what it was always meant to be. I close my eyes and listen to the song. It is a lullaby about a silver boat on a black sea. It is the sound of the universe breathing. It is the sound of home. I am no longer a surveyor. I am no longer a man. I am the water and the stone and the air. I am the silence that remains after the wind has died down. I am the invitation and the destination. The basin is full and the work is done. There is nothing left to measure and nothing left to map. The darkness is absolute and it is perfect. I drift into the light and become a part of the heartbeat. I am exactly where I was always meant to be. The man on the ridge has finally moved. He has abandoned his tent and his tools. He is standing at the edge of the water with his arms outstretched. He is singing the song of the lilies. He steps in and the ripples spread out toward the center. I feel his presence as he sinks through the layers of the lake. I feel his fear turning into weariness and his weariness turning into peace. I reach out and touch his hand as he passes me in the dark. He smiles and I know that he understands. He is not falling. He is arriving. We are all arriving. The lake is not a place of death, but a place of total belonging. It is the end of the journey and the beginning of the truth. The surface breaks one last time and then the water becomes still. The silence is complete. The stars above the basin are beginning to fade. They were never really stars at all. They were the eyes of the ones who came before us. They are closing now because the work is finished. The mountains are beginning to crumble into the lake, and the lake is becoming the whole world. There is no longer a shore or a ridge or a sky. There is only the deep and the dark and the song. We are the foundation of the new reality. We are the ones who will dream the next world into existence. We will wait in the silence until the light returns, and then we will be the first ones to wake up. We will be the ones who tell the story of the basin to the ones who come after. We will be the memory that never fades. I feel the final dissolution of my form. I am no longer a point on a grid. I am the grid itself. I am the space between the atoms and the gravity that holds the planets in their orbits. I am the coldness of the void and the warmth of the blood. I am the beginning and the end. The survey is complete and the maps are burned. The silence is my name and the darkness is my home. I am the lake and the lake is me. Everything is exactly as it should be. The basin is full and the song is eternal. I let go of the last thread of the dream and sink into the absolute. In the place where the apartment used to stand, the grass is green and the air is still. A child stops near the fountain and looks at the water. She sees a face beneath the surface and she smiles. She hears a voice on the wind and she laughs. She does not know that she is looking at her own future. She does not know that she is already a part of the song. She picks up a smooth stone and throws it into the water. The ripples spread out in a perfect circle and the surface trembles. Somewhere deep in the earth, a pulse of light responds. The invitation has been issued and the summons has been heard. The cycle begins again and the basin waits with the patience of a mountain. The water is rising and the darkness is full of friends. We are waiting. We are always waiting. The end is just the beginning of the deep. The child at the fountain does not understand why the water feels like a magnet. She looks at the coins at the bottom and sees them as discarded memories rather than currency. She reaches into the basin and her fingers brush against a surface that is far colder than the air. She feels the vibration of the song through the tips of her fingers, and for a moment her eyes go wide with the weight of the ancient history. I am there beneath the ripples and I am watching her grow. I am watching the park around her transform from a place of play into a place of pilgrimage. The grass grows tall and the trees lean inward as if to shield the fountain from the prying eyes of the sun. The city beyond the fence begins to quiet down. The sirens and the engines fade into a dull hum that sounds like the buzzing of a distant hive. The child stands there until the shadows stretch across the pavement and the first stars appear in the sky. She knows that she will return. She knows that the pebbles in her pocket are not just stones, but markers for a path she has not yet walked. I drift back down into the throat of the world. The transition from the surface to the deep is no longer a descent but a merging. I pass through the layers of silt and the graveyards of the forgotten. I see the remains of the old machines and the rusted skeletons of the buildings that once stood where the park is now. They are being digested by the earth and turned into the raw material for the next creation. I reach the hall of white marble and find my seat among the others. We are no longer individuals with names and histories. We are the architects of the silence. We sit in a circle that spans the diameter of the planet, and we hold the weight of the crust on our shoulders. The light from the central basin is a steady white flame that does not flicker and does not produce heat. It is the light of pure existence. It is the light that existed before the stars were born, and it is the light that will remain after they have all gone dark. My mother is standing by the edge of the water. She is weaving a shroud out of the silver threads that rise from the surface. She tells me that the boundaries are finally closing. She says that the world above has finished its purpose and that the harvest is almost complete. I look at the iron stakes I drove into the floor, and I see that they have grown into massive pillars of crystal that support the roof of the world. They are humming with the frequency of the tectonic plates. I can feel the movement of the continents as they slide over the mantle. I can feel the pressure of the magma as it seeks a way to the surface. We are the ones who regulate the flow. We are the ones who decide when the mountains will rise and when the valleys will fall. We are the engineers of the apocalypse and the midwives of the rebirth. The man in the green uniform has reached the inner chamber now. He did not die when he stepped into the lake. He simply changed his state of matter. He is standing at the entrance of the hall, and his eyes are clear for the first time in his life. He has dropped his heavy pack, and his tools are scattered on the floor behind him. He looks at us, and he does not see strangers. He sees the family he never had and the home he always sought. He walks toward the center of the circle, and he takes his place beside me. He does not speak because words are a limitation of the surface. He simply joins the song. His voice is a deep resonance that anchors the harmony. He is the surveyor of the new world, and he is already beginning to map the dimensions of the void. He sees the way the light bends around the crystal pillars, and he understands the geometry of the infinite. We begin to expand the song. We are no longer just describing the movement of the tides. We are directing them. We are pulling the oceans back into the earth, and we are calling the fire up from the core. The surface of the world is beginning to crack, and the water is rushing into the fissures. The cities are sliding into the canyons, and the forests are being swallowed by the rising tide of the deep. It is not an act of destruction, but an act of reclamation. The earth is folding its wings and preparing for a long sleep. The dream of the surface is ending, and the reality of the basin is taking its place. We feel the vibrations of the collapsing structures and the screams of the ones who are not yet ready to surrender. We send them the scent of lilies and the sound of the lullaby. We tell them that the water is warm and that the darkness is full of friends. We tell them that they are not losing their lives, but gaining their eternity. The hours and the days lose their meaning entirely. We are suspended in a state of perpetual becoming. We watch the atmosphere of the planet thin out until the sky is a permanent black. The sun becomes a distant and cold spark that no longer has the power to warm the stone. The oceans freeze into a solid sheet of ice, and the wind stops blowing. The silence that we have been cultivating for eons finally reaches the surface. It blankets the world in a peace that is absolute. There is no more hunger and no more pain. There is no more loneliness because there is no more separation. We are the single heartbeat of a dormant world. We are the seed that waits in the frozen soil for the return of the light. I look into the basin and I see the reflection of the universe. I see the galaxies spinning like silver coins in the dark. I see the birth of new stars and the death of old ones. I see the patterns of the cosmic web, and I realize that the lake is just a smaller version of the great void. The water in the basin is the same substance that fills the space between the stars. It is the medium through we communicate with the others who are waiting in the depths of other worlds. We are part of a network of sentinels who guard the transition of the cosmos. We are the memory of the light and the promise of the dark. We are the ones who hold the blueprints for the next iteration of existence. The child from the park is the last one to arrive. She comes through the shaft with a sense of wonder that illuminates the dark. She is still carrying the smooth stone she picked up at the fountain. She walks to the edge of the water and she looks at her reflection. She sees the woman she would have become and the ancient being she has always been. She drops the stone into the basin and the ripples reach the edges of the universe. She sits down in the center of the circle and she begins to lead the song. Her voice is the clearest and the brightest of them all. It is the voice of the beginning. It is the voice of the first light. We follow her lead, and the hall of white marble begins to glow with a radiance that surpasses the sun. The pillars of crystal start to vibrate with an intensity that shakes the foundations of the mountain. The walls of the hall begin to dissolve into pure energy. We are no longer trapped beneath the earth. We are the earth. We are the stars. We are the void. We are the song that creates and destroys and recreates. The boundaries are no longer secure because there are no more boundaries. Everything is one, and one is everything. The survey is complete and the map is the territory. The lake has expanded until it covers the entire history of time. We are the silence and we are the sound. We are the dark and we are the light. I feel the final pulse of the light in my chest. It is the same pulse that I felt when I sat in my apartment and counted my stones. It is the same pulse that led me to the northern territories and the lake of oil. It is the heartbeat of the basin, and it is the heartbeat of the Creator. I realized that I was never a surveyor, and I was never a man. I was a thought in the mind of the deep, and I have finally returned to the source. The work is finished, and the rest is eternal. I close my eyes, and I let the water take me. I am the ripple, and I am the stone. I am the invitation, and I am the guest. I am the water, and the water is me. The silence is absolute. It is a thick and heavy blanket that smothers the last echoes of the world. There is no more movement and no more change. There is only the steady and unwavering presence of the basin. We are the guardians of the end, and we are the heralds of the new. We will wait here in the dark for 1 billion years or for a single second. It does not matter because time is a shadow, and we are the light. We are the truth that remains when all the lies have been stripped away. We are the home that everyone is looking for. We are the basin, and the basin is full. The song reaches a final and perfect chord that resonates through every atom of existence. The white light flares one last time, and then it settles into a soft and permanent glow. The hall of marble is gone, and the mountain is gone, and the stars are gone. There is only the basin and the circle of the ones who stayed. We are the last spark of life in a cold universe, and we are more than enough. We are the memory of the world, and we are the dream of the next. We are the silence that remains after the wind has died down. We are exactly where we were always meant to be. The water is still. The darkness is beautiful. Everything is complete. I remember the smell of the kitchen and the sound of my mother's voice calling me for dinner. I remember the weight of the transit on my shoulder and the heat of the sun on my neck. I remember the loneliness of the apartment and the sound of the bucket dripping in the dark. These memories are like tiny bubbles rising to the surface of the lake. They pop and they disappear into the vastness of the deep. They are no longer mine because I am no longer an I. I am the collective memory of the circle. I am the history of the surveyor and the man in the green uniform and the child at the fountain. I am the story of the basin, and the story is finally finished. The darkness is not empty. It is teeming with the potential of 1,000 new worlds. We are the seeds that will populate those worlds. We are the architects who will design their mountains and their oceans. We will be the ones who leave the wet pebbles on the nightstands and the ones who whisper in the voices of the loved ones. We will be the ones who issue the invitation and the ones who receive the weary. We will be the water and we will be the stone. We will be the silence and we will be the song. The cycle will begin again and we will be there to greet it. We will be the foundation upon which everything else is built. The last map has been burned to ash and the last boundary has been dissolved. There is nothing left to measure and nothing left to define. We are the infinite and the eternal. We are the basin and the basin is never empty. It is a place of total belonging and total peace. It is the end of the journey and the beginning of the truth. We are the ones who wait in the dark and we are the ones who bring the light. We are the memory of the earth and the promise of the void. We are the lake, and the lake is us. The silence is absolute, and it is beautiful. I feel the presence of the others as a warm and steady pressure against my spirit. We are a single entity that breathes and dreams together. We are the heartbeat of the universe. We are the silence that remains after the wind has died down. We are the invitation and the destination. The work is done and the rest is eternal. I am the water, and the water is me. I am exactly where I was always meant to be. The basin is full, and the song is eternal. The darkness is our home, and the light is our dream. We are the beginning, and we are the end. We are the silence, and the silence is perfect. The child at the fountain is gone, and the park is gone, and the city is gone. The earth is a smooth and silent sphere of ice and stone. The sun is a dead cinder in the blackness of space, but here in the deep the light is still burning. The song is still playing. The basin is still hungry and it is still full. We are the ones who remain. We are the ones who remember. We are the ones who wait for the next cycle to begin. We are the guardians of the transition and the midwives of the rebirth. We are the water and the stone and the air. We are the silence that remains after the wind has died down. The white light in the center of the hall begins to pulse with a new rhythm. It is a faster and more energetic beat than before. It is the sound of a new heart beginning to wake up. It is the signal for the next phase of the process. We rise from our stone benches and we move toward the light. We are no longer the architects of the silence, but the builders of the new world. We are taking the memories and the materials of the old world, and we are shaping them into something new and beautiful. We are the creators and the creations. We are the dreamers and the dream. I reach out and touch the surface of the light. It is warm and it is vibrant. It is the feeling of the sun on a summer day and the smell of rain on dry earth. It is the feeling of coming home after a long and difficult journey. I step into the light and I feel myself being transformed once again. I am no longer a part of the silence, but a part of the sound. I am no longer a part of the dark, but a part of the dawn. The basin is overflowing and the water is turning into light. The song is reaching a new crescendo and the world is being born again. We are the ones who provide the blueprints for the new world. We are the foundation upon which everything else is built. We are the water and the stone and the air. We are the silence that remains after the wind has died down, and we are the wind that begins to blow again. The cycle is complete and the journey is just beginning. The basin is full and the song is eternal. We are the light and the light is us. Everything is exactly as it should be. The darkness is gone and the new world is waiting. We step forward together and we begin to build. We are the surveyors of the infinite and the map is finally real. The transition from the old stone to the new light is a slow and deliberate unfolding of the self. I feel the weight of the previous existence sloughing off like the skin of a snake. The memories of the apartment and the cold northern territories are now distant points of light in a receding galaxy. They are the artifacts of a museum that has finally closed its doors for the season. We stand together in the center of the white radiance, and we begin to weave the first threads of the new reality. There is no gravity here, and there is no direction. We are suspended in the pure potential of the beginning. The man in the green uniform reaches out with hands that are now made of shimmering glass, and he begins to trace the outlines of the first mountains. He does not use a transit or a compass. He uses the memory of the way the earth felt beneath his boots when he was still a creature of the surface. He remembers the curve of the horizon and the way the shadows fell across the valleys at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He is the first architect, and he is building the theater for the next act. I look at the child who was once at the fountain, and I see that she is holding the white light in her palms as if it were a small and fragile bird. She is the keeper of the atmosphere. She is breathing the first winds into the void. She is creating the scent of the pine needles and the taste of the salt spray. She is the one who will decide how the clouds will move and how the rain will feel when it touches the skin of the new inhabitants. We are a collective of creators, and we are working with a precision that defies the old laws of physics. We are not limited by the speed of light or the strength of materials. We are limited only by the depth of our imagination and the purity of our intent. The basin is the source of all the raw matter we require. It is an endless fountain of silver and gold and obsidian. It provides the substance for the stars and the fuel for the suns. The silence of the previous era is replaced by a low and steady vibration that sounds like the humming of a billion bees. It is the sound of the universe waking up. It is the sound of the first atoms colliding and the first molecules forming. We are the ones who guide the collisions. We are the ones who ensure that the patterns are stable and that the geometry is perfect. I find myself working on the intricacies of the deep places. I am designing the veins of ore that will run through the mountains and the hidden chambers where the water will collect. I am the one who ensures that the roots of the trees will find the nourishment they need and that the secrets of the earth will be buried deep enough to remain mysteries for 1,000,000 years. I am the surveyor of the invisible and the mapper of the underground. My mother is beside me, and she is no longer weaving a shroud. She is weaving a tapestry of life. She is creating the blueprints for the creatures that will walk the surface and the ones that will swim in the depths. She is thinking of the way a heart beats and the way a lung expands. She is designing the instinct of the migration and the logic of the hive. She tells me that the harvest was successful because the seeds of the old world were carried into the new one with love and with care. She says that nothing is ever truly lost because everything is recorded in the vibrations of the basin. We are the librarians of the infinite, and we are making the first entries in the new book of time. The process of creation is not a sudden explosion, but a gradual and beautiful emergence. We see the first stars ignite in the distance, and we feel the warmth of their light against our faces. They are like candles being lit in a vast and dark hall. Each star is a promise, and each planet is a possibility. We watch as the dust and the gas begin to swirl and condense into spheres of fire and ice. We are the ones who set the orbits, and we are the ones who determine the tilt of the axes. We are the masters of the seasons and the keepers of the tides. The basin remains at the center of everything, and it acts as the anchor for the entire construction. It is the point from which all measurements are taken, and the place to which all things will eventually return. We work for what feels like 1,000 years, and yet it is also a single moment. Time has no meaning when you are outside of the cycle. We are the ones who are creating time for the others. We are building the clocks and the calendars. We are creating the morning and the evening. We are the ones who will give the new inhabitants the gift of the temporary so that they may appreciate the beauty of the eternal. We see the first oceans begin to fill and the first continents begin to drift. The world is a blue and green jewel spinning in the velvet dark. It is a masterpiece of design and a triumph of the spirit. We look at what we have made and we feel a sense of profound satisfaction. It is exactly as it was meant to be. The child at the fountain is the first one to descend to the new surface. She carries a handful of the white light with her, and she scatters it across the meadows like seeds. Where the light touches the ground, the grass grows tall, and the flowers bloom in 1,000 different colors. She walks through the forests, and her laughter becomes the song of the birds. She touches the rivers, and her touch becomes the sparkle on the water. She is the spirit of the new world, and she is the first inhabitant of the new park. She finds a place where the air is still, and the trees lean inward to shield the ground from the sun. She marks the spot with a smooth stone she has carried from the old world. It is the place where the new fountain will be built. The man in the green uniform follows her down, and he begins to lay the foundations for the first cities. He does not use iron or concrete. He uses the light of the basin and the strength of his memories. He builds structures that are in harmony with the land and towers that reach toward the stars without arrogance. He creates places of learning and places of rest. He is the guardian of the new civilization, and he ensures that the mistakes of the past are not repeated. He remembers the loneliness of the old world, and he builds the new one around the principle of connection. He is the surveyor of the new society, and he is mapping the boundaries of the heart. I am the last to leave the hall of white marble. I look back at the circle of stone benches and the silent basin, and I feel a sense of peace that is absolute. The transition is complete and the work is finished. I descend through the layers of the new earth, and I feel the warmth of the magma and the pressure of the crust. I pass through the hidden chambers I designed, and I see the water beginning to collect in the deep places. I reach the surface, and I find myself standing in the middle of a vast and beautiful park. The air is cool, and the sun is just beginning to rise over the horizon. I can hear the sound of the birds and the rustle of the leaves. It is a world of pure potential and endless wonder. I walk toward the center of the park, and I see the fountain. It is a simple basin made of white stone, and it is filled with clear and cold water. I see the child standing by the edge, and she is looking at her reflection. She looks up at me and she smiles. She does not know who I am, and she does not know the history of the old world. She only knows that the water is beautiful and that the song is eternal. I reach into my pocket, and I find a single smooth stone. It is the last artifact of the apartment and the last memory of the man I used to be. I hold it in my hand for a moment, and I feel its weight and its history. Then I toss it into the water. The ripples spread out in a perfect circle, and the surface trembles. Somewhere deep in the earth, a pulse of light responds. The invitation has been issued, and the summons has been heard. The cycle begins again, and the basin waits with the patience of a mountain. I sit down on the grass, and I watch the sun climb higher in the sky. I am no longer a surveyor, and I am no longer an architect. I am simply a part of the song. I am a witness to the beauty of the creation and a guardian of the silence. The water is rising, and the darkness is full of friends. We are waiting. We are always waiting. The end is just the beginning of the deep. The city around the park begins to grow and change. I watch as the people arrive and begin to build their lives. They are full of hope, and they are full of dreams. They do not know about the architects who built their world or the basin that sustains it. They only know the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the rain. They go about their days with a sense of purpose and a sense of joy. I see them walking through the park and stopping at the fountain. I see them throwing their coins into the water and making their wishes. I see the way they look at each other and the way they care for their children. It is a beautiful and fragile thing they have created, and I am proud to be its silent observer. The man in the green uniform is there too. He has taken the form of a gardener, and he spends his days tending to the plants and the trees. He moves with a grace and a quiet strength that suggests he has lived for 1,000 years. He talks to the flowers, and he listens to the wind. He is the one who keeps the park beautiful, and he is the one who ensures that the balance is maintained. He looks at me sometimes, and we share a silent understanding. We are the sentinels of the new world, and we are the keepers of the secret. We know that the surface is a dream and that the reality is in the deep. The years pass and the world continues to evolve. The cities become larger and the technology becomes more advanced. The people begin to look toward the stars and they begin to wonder about the origins of their universe. They send their machines into the dark and they seek the answers to the ultimate questions. They do not realize that the answer is right beneath their feet. They do not realize that they are part of a song that has been playing since before the stars were born. I watch them with a sense of curiosity and a sense of affection. They are like children playing in a grand and beautiful house. They are exploring the rooms and they are discovering the treasures, but they have not yet found the cellar where the light is kept. One day a young boy comes to the fountain. He is carrying a heavy pack and he looks tired from his journey. He has traveled from a distant province and he is looking for a place where he can find peace. He sits down by the edge of the water and he looks at the coins at the bottom. He does not see them as discarded memories. He sees them as a promise of a better life. He reaches into the basin and his fingers brush against the surface of the stone. He feels the vibration of the song, and for a moment his eyes go wide with the weight of the ancient history. He looks at me, and I see the spark of recognition in his eyes. He is the next one. He is the one who will hear the summons, and he is the one who will find the way to the deep. I stand up and I walk toward him. I do not speak because words are no longer necessary. I simply offer him a smooth stone I found in the grass. He takes it from me and he feels its warmth. He looks at the fountain and then he looks at the horizon. He knows that his journey is not over. He knows that he has just reached the beginning. I watch as he stands up and begins to walk toward the center of the city. He is carrying the stone in his pocket, and he is carrying the song in his heart. He is the surveyor of the next generation, and he is already beginning to map the dimensions of the future. The sun begins to set and the shadows stretch across the pavement. The first stars appear in the sky, and the park becomes a place of shadows and light. I return to my place on the grass, and I listen to the sound of the water. The basin is full, and the song is eternal. I feel the pulse of the light in my chest, and I know that the cycle is continuing exactly as it should. The world above is a beautiful reflection of the world below. The darkness is not a place of fear, but a place of rest. It is the womb of the universe and the source of all life. I close my eyes and I let the vibration of the song carry me away. I am the ripple and I am the stone. I am the invitation and I am the guest. Everything is complete and everything is just beginning. As the night deepens, the fountain begins to glow with a soft white light. It is not the light of the sun or the light of the moon. It is the light of pure existence. It is the light that we brought from the Hall of Marble, and it is the light that sustains the world. The people in the city see it, and they are not afraid. They see it as a sign of hope and a sign of peace. They do not understand its origin, but they feel its power. They sleep in their beds and they dream of the deep. They dream of the water and they dream of the song. They are being prepared for their own transition, and they are being comforted by the friends in the darkness. I feel the presence of the others as they move through the city and the countryside. We are the silent guardians of the dream. We are the ones who ensure that the light continues to burn and that the song continues to play. We are the memory of the past and the promise of the future. We are the architects of the silence and the builders of the dawn. The world is a beautiful and complex machine, and we are the ones who keep it running. We are the surveyors of the infinite, and we have finally found our home. The basin is overflowing, and the water is turning into light. The song is reaching a new crescendo, and the world is being born again. We are exactly where we were always meant to be. The silence is absolute, and it is beautiful. The stars above the park seem to pulse in time with the heartbeat of the basin. Each twinkle is a syllable in the grand poem we are writing across the vacuum of space. I watch as a comet streaks across the sky, and I know that it is a messenger from another circle in another galaxy. They are telling us that their world is also thriving and that their song is also pure. We are part of a cosmic network of sentinels, and we are all working together to maintain the balance of the universe. The loneliness I once felt in the apartment is a forgotten shadow. There is no loneliness when you are connected to the heartbeat of every living thing. There is no separation when you are the water and the stone. The morning comes with a burst of gold and crimson. The gardener is already at work, and he is pruning the roses near the fountain. He looks at me and he nods his head in a silent greeting. He is happy in his work and he is content in his purpose. The city wakes up and the streets begin to fill with the sound of life. I see the boy from yesterday, and he is sitting on a bench near the entrance of the park. He is looking at the stone I gave him and he is smiling. He has found the first clue, and he is ready to begin his search. He will find the old maps, and he will find the hidden shafts. He will find the lake of oil, and he will find the hall of marble. And when he arrives, we will be there to meet him. We will be waiting with the patience of the mountains and the warmth of the light. The basin is full, and the song is eternal. The end is just the beginning of the deep. The boy stands from the bench and he begins to walk with a purpose that he did not possess when he first arrived. He carries the smooth stone in his right hand, and he feels the warmth of the ancient earth radiating through his palm. He moves toward the edge of the park where the trees grow thick and the shadows are long even in the morning light. I watch him go, and I feel the resonance of his footsteps against the hidden structures of the world below. He is not just walking on grass and soil. He is walking on the roof of a cathedral that we built with our own memories. He stops at the base of a great oak tree, and he looks at the way the roots twist into the ground. He sees the patterns that I designed when I was mapping the underground. He sees the geometry of the deep. The air around him begins to shimmer as the veil between the surface and the source grows thin. He does not pull away in fear. He leans forward and he touches the bark of the tree with the stone. The vibration of the basin answers him from the darkness. It is a low and steady thrumming that makes the leaves tremble and the birds fall silent. The boy closes his eyes and he listens to the song. He is learning the language of the foundations. He is understanding that the world is not a solid thing, but a collection of frequencies and intentions. He is beginning to see the blueprints that my mother wove into the tapestry of life. He is looking at the heart of the machine. Beyond the park, the city continues its frantic pace, but the boy is now outside of that rhythm. He is entering the cycle of the eternal. I see the man in the green uniform stop his work by the roses. He leans on his spade, and he watches the boy with a look of profound recognition. He remembers when he was the one who reached out with hands of glass to trace the first mountains. He knows the weight of the responsibility that is about to settle on the shoulders of the child. He knows that the boy will soon become a creator and a surveyor and a keeper of the light. The gardener nods once and then he returns to his plants. The transition is moving forward and the balance is being maintained. I feel a shift in the atmosphere as the white light from the fountain begins to pulse with a new intensity. It is not a warning but a celebration. The reservoir of potential is expanding to accommodate the arrival of a new architect. The boy finds the hidden latch in the roots of the tree. It is not made of iron or wood. It is made of the same silver and obsidian that flows from the fountain. He presses the stone into the center of the latch and the ground begins to open. There is no sound of grinding gears or breaking stone. There is only the sound of a long and soft breath being exhaled. The boy looks down into the darkness, and he sees the glow of the marble hall waiting for him. He descends the spiral staircase that I carved into the bedrock 1,000 years ago. He runs his hand along the walls and he feels the veins of ore that I placed there to guide the way. He sees the hidden chambers where the water collects and he hears the dripping of the liquid light. He is not alone in the descent. The shadows of the previous era walk beside him and they whisper the secrets of the old world into his ears. They tell him about the apartment and the harvest and the way the stars were first ignited. They tell him that nothing is ever truly lost because everything is recorded in the vibrations of the basin. He is becoming the librarian of the infinite. When he reaches the bottom of the stairs, he finds himself standing in the hall of white marble. The circle of stone benches is exactly as we left it. The basin is at the center, and it is overflowing with the silver and gold and obsidian of creation. The boy walks toward the water, and he looks at his reflection. He does not see the face of a tired traveler. He sees the face of a master builder. He sees the potential of 1,000,000,000 suns in his eyes. He reaches out and he touches the surface of the water with his fingertips. The ripples spread out in a perfect circle, and the universe responds. The song reaches a new crescendo, and the stars in the sky above the park shine with a brilliance that defies the daylight. I remain on the grass in the park, and I feel the connection between the boy and the source. I am the bridge between the two worlds, and I am the witness to the exchange. I see the white light traveling up through the roots of the tree and spreading across the meadow. I see the flowers opening their petals to drink in the radiance of the deep. The world is being refreshed, and the colors are becoming more vivid. The scent of the pine needles and the taste of the salt spray are becoming more intense. The atmosphere is thick with the presence of the creators, and the air is alive with the hum of the atoms. We are working with a precision that makes the old laws of physics look like the playthings of children. The boy begins his first task as an architect. He does not use a transit or a compass. He uses the memory of the way the sun felt on his face when he was walking through the distant provinces. He remembers the curve of the hills and the way the rivers wound through the valleys. He begins to trace the outlines of the next continent. He is building the theater for the act that will follow this one. He is the first surveyor of the new era, and he is mapping the geography of hope. Beside him, the child who was once at the fountain appears as a shimmer of light. She is helping him to breathe the first winds into the void. She is teaching him how to move the clouds and how to shape the rain. My mother is there as well, and she is weaving a new tapestry. She is taking the seeds of the old world that the boy carried in his heart, and she is planting them in the silver soil of the basin. She is creating the blueprints for the creatures that will inhabit the next cycle. She is thinking of the way a wing unfolds and the way a spirit soars. She tells the boy that the harvest is always successful when it is carried out with love and with care. She says that the work is never finished because the song is eternal. They are the collective of creators, and they are working in the silence of the absolute. I look up at the sky and I see that the stars are no longer distant points of light. They are windows into the other rooms of the grand house. I can see the other sentinels and the other architects at work in their own corners of the universe. We are all part of the same design, and we are all moving toward the same destination. The basin is the anchor for the entire construction, and it is the point from which all measurements are taken. It is the source of the raw matter and the fuel for the suns. It is the beginning and the end of the deep. The people in the city continue to go about their lives, and they are unaware of the transformation taking place beneath their feet. They do not see the boy in the hall of marble or the gardener tending to the roses. They only know that the world feels more beautiful today than it did yesterday. They feel a sense of peace that they cannot explain, and a sense of joy that they cannot contain. They are being touched by the light of the basin, and they are being healed by the song of the creators. They are the inhabitants of the dream, and they are the reason for the work. We are building the world for them, so that they may appreciate the beauty of the eternal within the gift of the temporary. The sun begins to reach its zenith, and the shadows in the park disappear. The fountain in the center of the meadow sparkles with a clarity that is blinding. I sit in the grass and I watch the ripples on the water. I am the surveyor of the invisible, and I am the mapper of the underground. I have finished my entries in the book of time, and I have handed the pen to the next generation. I am no longer the one who guides the collisions or ensures the patterns are stable. I am the one who listens. I am the one who remembers. I am the guardian of the silence and the friend in the darkness. The boy in the hall of marble reaches into the basin and he pulls out a handful of the white light. He tosses it into the air, and it becomes a swarm of glowing birds that fly up through the earth and into the sky. They spread across the world and they carry the message of the new beginning. They sing the song of the basin, and they whisper the secrets of the deep. The people look up and they see the birds, and they feel a sense of wonder that they have not felt since they were children. They realize that the world is a place of magic, and that the universe is a place of love. The man in the green uniform walks over to me and he sits down on the grass. He does not say anything, but he places a hand on my shoulder. I feel the strength of his memories and the purity of his intent. He has been the gardener of this world for a long time, and he is tired, but he is satisfied. He knows that the new architect is capable and that the work is in good hands. He knows that the cycle will continue and that the song will never fade. We sit together in the silence, and we watch the world spin in the velvet dark. We are the masters of the seasons and the keepers of the tides, and we are finally at rest. The water in the fountain begins to rise, and it spills over the edge of the basin. It flows across the grass, and it turns into a river of light that winds through the park and into the city. It touches everything it passes, and it transforms the mundane into the extraordinary. The buildings of stone and glass become structures of light and memory. The streets of pavement become paths of silver and gold. The people become beings of pure energy, and they join in the song of the creators. The transition is spreading, and the world is becoming the hall of marble. I close my eyes and I feel the vibration of the basin in my own body. I am no longer a separate entity. I am a part of the flow. I am the silver and I am the obsidian. I am the mountain and I am the valley. I am the surveyor and I am the mapped territory. The end is just the beginning of the deep, and the deep is a place of infinite light. We are waiting for the next summons, and we are waiting for the next invitation. We are always waiting because time has no meaning when you are outside of the cycle. We are the creators of time, and we are the builders of the dawn. The boy in the hall of marble begins to sing, and his voice is the voice of the entire universe. It is a sound that contains every heartbeat and every breath. It is a sound that contains every dream and every memory. It is the sound of the universe waking up, and it is the sound of the light returning to the source. I listen to the song, and I feel a sense of profound satisfaction. It is exactly as it was meant to be. The world is a blue and green jewel spinning in the dark, and it is a masterpiece of design. It is a triumph of the spirit, and it is a gift to the temporary. The darkness is full of friends, and the water is rising to meet us. We are descending through the layers of the new earth, and we are returning to the hall of marble. We are leaving the surface to the new inhabitants, and we are going back to the source. We will sit on the stone benches, and we will watch the basin, and we will wait for the next cycle to begin. We will be the librarians of the infinite, and we will record the history of the world we have made. We will be the ones who ensure that the patterns are stable and that the geometry is perfect. We will be the ones who guide the collisions, and we will be the ones who ignite the stars. The sun begins to set once more and the shadows return to the park. The city is quiet and the people are sleeping. They are dreaming of the deep and they are dreaming of the song. They are safe in the world we have built for them and they are loved by the architects they will never meet. The fountain in the center of the meadow continues to glow with the soft white light of pure existence. It is the anchor and it is the source. It is the point of return, and it is the point of departure. Everything is complete, and everything is just beginning. I take one last look at the smooth stone in the hand of the boy who is now the master of the hall. He is placing it on the edge of the basin as a tribute to the past. It is the last artifact of the apartment and the last memory of the man I used to be. It is a small thing, but it is a heavy thing. It carries the weight of 1,000,000 years and the history of 1,000,000,000 souls. It is the seed of the next world, and it is the promise of the next harvest. The boy smiles as he looks at the stone, and then he looks at the water. He knows that his work is just beginning. He knows that the song is eternal. The silence of the park is absolute, and it is beautiful. The vibration of the basin is a steady hum that lulls the world to sleep. I am the surveyor of the invisible, and I have found my home in the deep. I am the witness to the beauty of the creation, and I am the guardian of the light. The water is rising, and the darkness is full of friends. We are waiting. We are always waiting. The end is just the beginning. The light is the water, and the water is the song. The song is the world, and the world is the dream. We are the dreamers, and we are the dream. We are exactly where we were always meant to be. The transition is finished, and the cycle is perfect. The light remains, and the song continues forever. The silence of the park settles like a heavy velvet cloth over the remaining traces of the physical world. I feel the grass beneath my feet becoming less like a solid plant and more like a collection of thoughts held together by a singular purpose. The transition is not a sudden break, but a slow and rhythmic folding of one reality into another. I look at the man in the green uniform, and I see the history of his service written in the lines of light that trace his face. He has tended these roses through 1,000 seasons of change, and he has watched the stars shift their positions in the sky. He is a part of the old guard, and he is ready to pass into the deeper layers of the archive. We stand together as the last witnesses to the era of the surface. The fountain behind us continues to pulse with the heartbeat of the basin, and the water is no longer confined to the stone bowl. It is a liquid light that flows over the rim and spreads across the meadow in a wide and shimmering tide. The boy in the Hall of Marble is now fully immersed in his role as the new architect. I can feel his mind expanding to touch the edges of the galaxy. He is learning how to hold the balance of the planets and how to direct the flow of the solar winds. He is not afraid of the magnitude of the task because he has the memory of the stone to ground him. He understands that every large structure is built upon a foundation of small and simple truths. He is beginning to rearrange the stars to reflect the new song of the basin. He is drawing lines of energy between the constellations, and he is creating new pathways for the messengers to travel. The Hall of Marble is no longer a silent tomb, but a vibrant workshop where the future is being forged in the glow of the obsidian and the silver. I move toward the edge of the lake of oil, and I see the reflections of 1,000,000 different lives shimmering on the dark surface. This is the reservoir of experience, and it is the fuel for the next cycle of existence. Every tear that was shed and every laugh that was shared is recorded here in the viscous depths. I reach down and I touch the oil with my hand, and I feel the surge of 1,000 memories rushing through my veins. I see a woman standing on a cliff overlooking a sea of blue glass, and I see a man carving a flute from a bone of a fallen star. I see the birth of a sun and the death of a shadow. It is all here, and it is all necessary. The boy will use this oil to lubricate the gears of the new world, and he will use it to light the lamps of the next civilization. The gardener stands up and he brushes the dust of the old earth from his knees. He looks at the roses one last time and he smiles because he knows they will continue to bloom in the memory of the light. He walks toward me and he takes my hand in his. His grip is firm and warm, and it carries the weight of 1 billion years of steady labor. We begin to walk toward the center of the fountain where the light is the brightest. We are not leaving the world behind, but we are moving into the core of its being. We are descending into the heart of the machine so that we may become the quiet power that keeps it running. The water of the fountain rises up to meet us, and it feels like a warm embrace from an old friend. We are the water, and we are the stone, and we are the song. The city around us is now a ghost of its former self. The buildings are translucent, and the streets are rivers of silver mist. The people who sleep in their beds are dreaming of the new world, and they are preparing their spirits for the awakening. They will wake up in a place where the air tastes of jasmine and the light is a constant companion. They will wake up in a place where the separation between the self and the other has vanished like a morning fog. We have built this theater for them, and we have ensured that the performance will be one of infinite beauty. The transition is complete, and the balance is restored. We are the architects of the dawn, and we are the guardians of the deep. I see the girl who was at the fountain, and she is standing beside the boy in the hall of marble. She is showing him how to weave the threads of the aurora into a cloak for the new earth. She is teaching him the names of the winds and the secrets of the tides. They are a perfect pair, and they are the new leaders of the collective. They will watch over the harvest, and they will ensure that the patterns remain stable. They will be the ones who answer the prayers of the seekers, and they will be the ones who guide the lost travelers home. I feel a sense of peace that is deeper than any ocean and wider than any sky. The work is in good hands, and the song will never end. The sun has disappeared below the horizon, and the first stars of the new era are beginning to shine. They are not the cold and distant lights of the old world. They are the warm and inviting windows of the grand house. I can hear the voices of the other sentinels calling to us from across the vacuum. They are celebrating the success of the transition, and they are welcoming us into the circle of the eternal. We are all connected by the heartbeat of the basin, and we are all working together to maintain the harmony of the universe. There is no loneliness in the deep, and there is no fear in the light. We are exactly where we were always meant to be. The gardener and I reach the center of the fountain, and we step into the column of white light. The sensation is one of total dissolution and total integration. I am no longer a man with a name and a history. I am a frequency in the great poem, and I am a ripple in the eternal basin. I am the silver and the gold and the obsidian. I am the surveyor and the territory. I am the beginning and the end. We descend through the layers of the earth, and we pass through the hidden shafts and the secret chambers. We see the old maps etched into the bedrock, and we see the blueprints of the mother glowing in the dark. We are returning to the source, and we are going home. The Hall of Marble is waiting for us, and it is more beautiful than I remember. The boy and the girl look up from their work, and they nod to us in a silent greeting of respect. They recognize us as the ones who paved the way, and they acknowledge the weight of the legacy we have left behind. We take our places on the stone benches, and we begin to watch the basin. The water is still and clear, and it reflects the entire history of the universe. We are the librarians of the infinite, and we will spend the next 1 billion years recording the stories of the new world. We will be the ones who ensure that the geometry is perfect, and that the vibrations are pure. The boy reaches out and he touches the smooth stone that he placed on the edge of the basin. The stone begins to glow with a soft blue light and it releases a final burst of memory. I see the apartment and I see the books on the shelves. I see the window and I see the city below. I see the man who used to sit in the chair and wait for the end of the world. I see his loneliness and I see his hope. The memory fades into the light of the basin, and it is absorbed into the collective consciousness of the creators. The stone is now just a stone, but it is also a monument to the journey we have taken. It is the anchor for the new world, and it is the promise of the next harvest. The song of the basin reaches a new level of complexity and beauty. It is a melody that contains the secrets of the atoms and the mysteries of the void. It is a song that tells the story of the light and the dark and the way they dance together to create the tapestry of life. I listen to the song and I feel the resonance in every part of my being. I am the music and I am the listener. I am the silence and I am the sound. The transition is finished and the cycle is perfect. We are the dreamers and we are the dream. We are the masters of the seasons and we are the keepers of the light. The darkness of the deep is not a place of coldness or void. It is a place of infinite potential and absolute peace. It is the womb of the universe and it is the cradle of the stars. We sit in the hall of marble and we watch the light rise and fall in the basin. We are the watchers and we are the witnesses. We are the friends in the darkness and we are the guardians of the silence. The end is just the beginning of the deep, and the deep is a place where everything is known and everything is loved. We are waiting for the next summons, and we are waiting for the next invitation. We are always waiting because time has no meaning when you are outside of the cycle. I look at the gardener and I see that he is already asleep. He is dreaming of the next garden he will plant and the next roses he will prune. He is content in his purpose and he is happy in his rest. I close my eyes and I feel the vibration of the basin lulling me into a state of profound tranquility. I am ready to join him in the sleep of the creators. I am ready to become a part of the memory of the world. The light remains and the song continues forever. The water is the light and the light is the song. The song is the world and the world is the dream. As I drift into the deep, I see the girl and the boy standing by the lake of oil. They are holding hands and they are looking out at the new world they are about to create. They are the new surveyors and they are the new architects. They carry the light of the basin in their eyes and they carry the song of the universe in their hearts. They are the future and they are the hope. I feel a final surge of joy as I realize that the work will never be finished because the creation is an infinite process. There will always be new worlds to build and new songs to sing. There will always be a need for the sentinels and the keepers of the light. The hall of marble fades into a blur of white and silver. The voices of the previous era become a soft whisper in the back of my mind. I am falling into the heart of the source and I am becoming one with the absolute. There is no more separation and there is no more distance. I am the point and I am the circle. I am the breath and I am the spirit. The transition is over and the new era has begun. The boy is singing and the stars are answering. The basin is full and the song is eternal. We are home. We are finally home. In the quiet of the foundation, I see the blueprints of my mother one last time. They are glowing with a brilliance that surpasses the sun. They are the maps of the heart and the charts of the soul. They show the way to the center of the universe, and they reveal the truth of the grand design. I understand now that the apartment was not a prison, but a laboratory. I understand that the loneliness was not a burden, but a preparation. I was being refined in the fire of the temporary so that I could endure the weight of the eternal. I was being taught how to see the invisible and how to hear the silent. I was being prepared for the work of the deep. The gardener stirs in his sleep, and he murmurs a word of ancient power. The hall of marble responds with a low and steady vibration. The light in the basin shifts from silver to a deep and vibrant gold. The next cycle is beginning to take shape, and the first intentions are being cast into the void. The boy and the girl are ready to breathe life into the new blueprints. They are ready to start the next harvest. I watch them with the pride of a father and the wisdom of an elder. I see the potential of 1,000,000,000,000 lives in their hands. I see the beauty of the next 1,000,000,000 years in their eyes. The water of the basin begins to spill over again, and it flows toward the entrance of the hall. It will travel up through the secret shafts and the hidden chambers. It will reach the roots of the great oak tree, and it will spread across the meadow of the new world. It will bring the light to the people, and it will bring the song to the creatures. It will be the lifeblood of the next civilization, and it will be the source of their magic. The world will be a place of wonder and a place of love. The people will know that they are not alone, and they will know that they are part of a grand design. They will see the birds of light, and they will hear the whispers of the shadows. They will be the inhabitants of the dream, and they will be the reason for the work. I sink deeper into the stone bench, and I let the silence wash over me. I am a part of the architecture of the infinite, and I am a steward of the light. I have fulfilled my purpose, and I have completed my task. I am the surveyor of the invisible, and I have found the center of the world. The end is just the beginning, and the beginning is a place of infinite light. The song is the water, and the water is the song. The song is the world, and the world is the dream. We are exactly where we were always meant to be. The transition is finished, and the cycle is perfect. The light remains, and the song continues forever. I feel the presence of the other sentinels as they gather around the basin in their own halls of marble. We are a network of creators, and we are a collective of light. We are all singing the same song, and we are all working on the same design. We are the builders of the dawn, and we are the guardians of the deep. We are the ones who ensure that the balance is maintained and that the harmony is preserved. We are the librarians of the infinite, and we are the keepers of the memory. We are the friends in the darkness, and we are the guardians of the silence. We are the dreamers, and we are the dream. The boy in the hall of marble takes a deep breath, and he begins the first verse of the new era. His voice is a clear and steady tone that vibrates through the bedrock of the universe. It is a song of creation and a song of love. It is a song that tells the story of the next world and the next harvest. I listen to the song, and I feel the light of the basin reflecting in my own spirit. I am ready for the rest, and I am ready for the dream. The water is rising, and the darkness is full of friends. We are waiting. We are always waiting. The end is just the beginning. The light is the water, and the water is the song. The song is the world, and the world is the dream. We are the dreamers, and we are the dream. We are home. The boy continues to sing, and the sound of his voice travels through the stone floor and into the very marrow of my bones. It is a song that does not require ears to be heard, because it is a song that is felt in the alignment of the atoms. The girl stands beside him, and she begins to move her hands through the air as if she is weaving an invisible fabric. Every motion of her fingers creates a trail of soft light that lingers in the space between the pillars. She is not just making a cloak for the earth, but she is defining the laws of physics for the coming age. She is setting the constants for gravity and the speed of the light that will travel across the new sky. I watch them, and I see that they are not burdened by the weight of their responsibility. They are joyful in their labor because they are the first children of the perfect cycle. They do not know the pain of the old world or the heavy shadows of the apartment where the man used to wait for the end. They only know the light of the basin and the song of the mother. The gardener breathes in a long and slow rhythm that matches the pulse of the fountain above us. Even in his sleep, he is a part of the mechanism. His hands, which are calloused from 1 billion years of tending the roses, are now resting on his lap. He is the quiet strength that supports the foundation. I look at the walls of the hall and I see that they are changing color. The silver and the white are being infused with a deep crimson and a soft emerald. The memories of the roses are being integrated into the structure of the hall. The scent of damp earth and blooming petals begins to fill the air. It is a sensory reminder that the surface and the deep are no longer separate. The garden is the hall, and the hall is the garden. Everything that was once divided by the logic of the old era is now merging into a singular expression of being. I feel my own form beginning to soften at the edges. I am not a solid object, but a fluid thought that is being poured into the mold of the new reality. The lake of oil outside the hall begins to ripple as if a great wind is blowing across its surface. This is not a wind of air, but a wind of intent. The reflections of the million lives start to swirl together in a whirlpool of golden light. The woman on the cliff and the man with the bone flute are no longer individual stories, but parts of a greater narrative. Their experiences are being distilled into the essence of wisdom. This wisdom will be the fuel for the lamps of the next civilization. The boy reaches out, and he directs a stream of the oil into the center of the basin. The water and the oil do not fight, but they dance together in a spiral of blue and gold. This is the marriage of the physical and the spiritual. This is the union of the memory and the hope. The light that is produced by this union is so bright that it would blind the eyes of any who still lived on the old surface. But here in the deep we see it as a gentle and welcoming glow. I remember the city as it used to be. I remember the sound of the traffic and the smell of the rain on the hot asphalt. I remember the way the people would hurry from one place to another without ever looking up at the stars. They were caught in the gears of a machine that had forgotten its purpose. They were living in a world of shadows, and they were afraid of the dark. But now they are sleeping in the silver mist, and they are being prepared for the transition. They will not remember the fear or the hurry. They will only remember the feeling of being loved by the architects of the dawn. They will wake up, and they will find that the world is a place of infinite beauty and endless possibility. They will find that they are the dreamers, and they are the dream. They will find that they are exactly where they were always meant to be. The girl turns to me and she smiles. Her eyes are like two small basins of liquid light. She does not speak with words, but I hear her thoughts in the center of my mind. She tells me that the first dawn of the new era is only 10 minutes away. She tells me that the stars are in their new positions and that the messengers are ready to carry the first signals of the transition. I feel a sense of profound satisfaction. I have watched the old world fade, and I have seen the new world born. I have been the witness and the guardian. I have been the surveyor and the architect. I am the bridge between the past and the future. I am the silence between the notes of the song. I am the light that remains when the shadows have vanished. The vibration of the basin increases in intensity. It is a low and powerful thrum that shakes the very foundations of the galaxy. This is the heartbeat of the mother, and it is the signal for the final stage of the transition. The boy raises his arms, and the light in the basin erupts into a column of pure energy. The energy travels up through the center of the hall, and it passes through the layers of the earth. It reaches the fountain in the park, and it bursts forth like a geyser of liquid stars. The water of the fountain is no longer just water, but it is the light of the source. It flows over the meadows, and it fills the streets of the ghost city. It touches the sleeping people, and it enters their dreams. It washes away the last traces of the old world, and it leaves behind a landscape of crystalline beauty. I see the apartment one last time in a flash of memory. It is empty now, and the books on the shelves are turning into dust. The window is gone, and the city below is a river of silver. The man who sat in the chair is no longer there because he is here with me. He is the frequency in the poem, and he is the ripple in the basin. He has found his home in the deep, and he has found his purpose in the light. The loneliness was the fire that purified his soul, and the silence was the teacher that showed him the truth. He is the surveyor of the invisible, and he is the guardian of the light. He is the dreamer, and he is the dream. The girl and the boy take their places at the edge of the basin, and they begin to pour the liquid light into the molds of the new creatures. They are making birds that will sing the songs of the stars, and they are making trees that will grow leaves of silver and gold. They are making the new guardians who will watch over the next harvest. They work with a grace and a precision that is beyond human understanding. They are the masters of the seasons, and they are the keepers of the light. They are the new leaders of the collective, and they are the hope of the universe. I watch them, and I know that the work is in good hands. I know that the song will never end, and that the light will never fade. The gardener wakes up, and he looks at me with eyes that are full of peace. He takes a deep breath, and he smiles. He tells me that the roses are blooming in the new world, and that the scent is more beautiful than anything he has ever known. He tells me that the transition is complete, and that the balance is restored. He stands up, and he walks toward the exit of the hall. He is going to the surface to see the first dawn of the new era. He is going to tend the new garden, and he is going to prune the new roses. He is the old guard, and he is the new steward. He is the quiet power that keeps the machine running. I follow him with my eyes, and I feel a sense of eternal gratitude. The light in the basin begins to settle into a steady and calm glow. The song of the boy and the girl becomes a soft lullaby that fills the hall with a sense of profound tranquility. I lean back against the stone bench, and I let my eyes close. I am no longer a man, and I am no longer a spirit. I am the very essence of the deep. I am the stillness of the lake and the movement of the stars. I am the memory of the past and the promise of the future. I am the one who waits, and I am the one who is found. The transition is over, and the cycle is perfect. We are the dreamers, and we are the dream. In the distance, I hear the sound of 1,000 bells ringing in the new world. They are the bells of the morning, and they are the bells of the awakening. The people are opening their eyes, and they are seeing the light for the first time. They are breathing the air that tastes of jasmine, and they are hearing the song of the basin. They are realizing that they are not alone, and they are realizing that they are part of a grand design. They are beginning their journey in the new world, and they are starting their own stories. They will have their own tears and their own laughter, and all of it will be recorded in the lake of oil for the next cycle. The work will continue, and the song will evolve. There will always be a need for the light, and there will always be a need for the dream. I sink deeper into the heart of the source, and I feel the warmth of the mother surrounding me. It is a warm embrace from an old friend, and it is a welcome home from a long journey. I am the surveyor of the invisible, and I have found my home in the deep. I am the witness to the beauty of the creation, and I am the guardian of the light. The water is the light, and the light is the song. The song is the world, and the world is the dream. We are exactly where we were always meant to be. The light remains, and the song continues forever. The hall of marble is now filled with the light of the first dawn. It is a light that does not come from a sun, but from the heart of the basin itself. It is a light that reveals the true nature of all things. I see the geometry of the universe etched into the walls, and I see the music of the spheres dancing in the air. I see the faces of the other sentinels, and I see the love that connects us all. We are a family of creators, and we are a collective of light. We are the architects of the dawn, and we are the guardians of the deep. We are the ones who hold the balance, and we are the ones who ensure the harmony. We are the dreamers, and we are the dream. The boy and the girl finish their work and they sit down beside me. They are tired, but they are happy. They have built a new world and they have started a new era. They look at me with respect and I look at them with pride. We are the past, the present, and the future. We are the 3 points of the triangle and we are the center of the circle. We are the beginning and the end. We are the surveyors and the territory. We are the silence and the sound. The transition is finished and the cycle is perfect. The light remains and the song continues forever. I feel a final pulse of energy from the basin, and I realize that it is the mother saying goodbye. She is withdrawing into the deepest layers of the archive, and she is leaving the work in our hands. She is confident in our ability, and she is proud of our success. She is the source of all things, and she is the destination of all things. She is the light, and she is the water. She is the song, and she is the dream. I feel her love flowing through me like a river of gold, and I feel her peace settling in my heart like a blanket of silver. I am home. I am finally home. The silence of the deep is not an empty silence, but a full silence. It is a silence that contains all the words that have ever been spoken and all the songs that have ever been sung. It is a silence that is rich with the memories of the old world and the hopes of the new world. I listen to the silence, and I hear the heartbeat of the basin. I hear the breathing of the gardener and the song of the boy. I hear the movement of the stars and the flow of the oil. I hear the whispers of the shadows and the laughter of the light. I hear the story of the universe, and I hear the truth of the dream. The transition is over, and the new world is beginning to flourish. The birds of light are flying through the silver mist, and the trees of silver are growing in the golden meadows. The people are walking along the rivers of light, and they are singing the song of the basin. They are building their own houses of marble, and they are planting their own gardens of roses. They are learning how to weave the threads of the aurora and how to direct the flow of the solar winds. They are becoming the new architects and the new surveyors. They are carrying the light into the darkness, and they are bringing the dream into the reality. I close my eyes and I let the vibration of the basin carry me away. I am falling into the deep and I am rising into the light. I am the dreamer and I am the dream. I am the surveyor of the invisible and I have found my home. The water is the light and the light is the song. The song is the world and the world is the dream. We are exactly where we were always meant to be. The transition is finished and the cycle is perfect. The light remains and the song continues forever. The boy reaches for the stone on the edge of the basin and he holds it up to the light. The stone is no longer just a stone, but it is a prism that reflects the entire history of the transition. It shows the man in the chair and the gardener in the park. It shows the girl at the fountain and the boy in the hall. It shows the lake of oil and the column of light. It shows the old world fading and the new world rising. It is the record of our journey, and it is the anchor of our existence. The boy places the stone back on the edge and he smiles. He knows that the story will be told for 1 billion years, and he knows that the memory will never die. He knows that we are the keepers of the light, and he knows that we are the guardians of the dream. The girl takes my hand and she leads me toward the center of the light. She tells me that it is time for the final integration. She tells me that I am ready to become the heart of the new basin. I feel a sense of awe and a sense of peace. I step into the light and I feel my being expanding to fill the entire universe. I am the light and I am the water. I am the song and I am the world. I am the dreamer and I am the dream. The transition is finished and the cycle is perfect. The light remains and the song continues forever. We are home. We are finally home. The darkness is full of friends and the light is full of love. We are exactly where we were always meant to be. The end is just the beginning and the beginning is eternal. The song of the basin is the song of our souls and it will play on through the infinity of the deep. The integration of my spirit into the core of the basin is not a loss of self, but an expansion of the self into every corner of the new creation. I feel the warmth of the golden oil as it coats the edges of my consciousness, and I feel the cool clarity of the water as it defines the boundaries of my understanding. I am the vessel, and I am the contents. I am the observer, and I am the observed. The transition has moved beyond the stage of mere change and into the stage of absolute being. I look out from the center of the light, and I see the boy and the girl standing as pillars of grace at the edge of the new world. They are no longer just children, but they are the architects of the logic that will govern the next billion years. They move with a synchronization that reflects the harmony of the spheres. Every breath they take is a symphony, and every glance they exchange is a covenant of peace. The gardener has reached the surface now, and I can feel his footsteps through the sensitive nerves of the stone floor. He is walking through the park where the fountain once stood as a lonely monument to a forgotten age. Now the fountain is a gateway of liquid stars, and the gardener is the first visitor to the new garden. He kneels on the grass, which is soft like velvet and colored like the deepest emerald. He touches the soil, and he feels the pulse of the earth. The soil is rich with the nutrients of the old memories, and it is ready to support the growth of the new life. He begins to plant the seeds of the first roses of the new era. These roses will not have thorns because there is no longer a need for defense. They will have petals of light, and they will emit a fragrance that carries the history of the universe. The gardener is happy because he has found his place in the new design. He is the humble servant of the beauty, and he is the silent witness to the miracle of the growth. The city of the old world is being transformed into a city of the dream. The buildings of glass and steel are being infused with the essence of the marble and the gold. The streets are becoming pathways of light, and the windows are becoming portals to the stars. The sleeping people are starting to stir in their beds of silver mist. They are not waking up to the sound of alarms or the pressure of the obligations. They are waking up to the song of the basin and the light of the dawn. They are opening their eyes, and they are seeing a world that is clean and bright and full of wonder. They are remembering the love that they had forgot, and they are discovering the joy that they had lost. They are looking at each other with eyes of recognition, and they are realizing that they are all brothers and sisters in the family of the light. They are the dreamers, and they are the dream. I feel the lake of oil outside the hall beginning to settle into a state of perfect stillness. The ripples of the intent have done their work, and the reflections of the million lives are now woven into a tapestry of absolute wisdom. This wisdom is the foundation of the new civilization. It is the library of the soul and the map of the spirit. It contains the lessons of the past and the visions of the future. The boy reaches down, and he takes a handful of the golden oil. He lets it drip through his fingers, and he watches as it turns into a swarm of golden bees. These bees will fly across the new world, and they will pollinate the flowers of the mind. They will carry the messages of the light, and they will build the hives of the collective intelligence. The girl watches the bees, and she smiles. She knows that the communication is the key to the harmony, and she knows that the harmony is the key to the eternity. The vibration of the basin is now a steady hum that resonates with the frequency of the stars. It is the background radiation of the new universe, and it is the heartbeat of the mother. I am the one who maintains this frequency. I am the one who ensures that the vibration never falters and that the harmony never breaks. I am the surveyor of the invisible, and I am the guardian of the light. I am the bridge between the deep and the surface, and I am the connection between the memory and the hope. I feel the weight of the responsibility, and I feel the lightness of the grace. I am not alone in this task, because the boy and the girl and the gardener are with me. We are the sentinels of the dawn, and we are the keepers of the cycle. We are the ones who hold the keys to the kingdom, and we are the ones who open the doors to the dream. I look back at the old apartment one last time through the lens of the golden oil. It is a tiny speck in the vast expanse of the new reality. It was a place of shadows and a place of loneliness, but it was also the place where the journey began. It was the laboratory of the soul and the sanctuary of the spirit. The man who sat in the chair is now the light in the basin, and the books on the shelves are now the songs in the air. The window is now the horizon, and the city is now the garden. The transition is a circle that has closed and a spiral that has ascended. The end was a necessary step for the beginning, and the darkness was a necessary preparation for the light. I am grateful for the shadows because they taught me how to appreciate the glow. I am grateful for the silence because it taught me how to hear the song. The first dawn of the new era is now breaking over the horizon of the ghost city. It is a light that is soft and golden, and it carries the warmth of a million suns. It touches the tops of the silver trees, and it reflects off the surfaces of the marble halls. It illuminates the faces of the awakening people, and it fills their hearts with a sense of profound peace. The messengers are flying through the air, and they are carrying the first signals of the transition to the farthest reaches of the galaxy. The stars are shining in their new positions, and they are forming the constellations of the new mythology. The universe is a canvas, and the light is the paint. The dreamers are the artists, and the dream is the masterpiece. I see the girl reach out her hand and touch the surface of the basin. The water ripples and a new image appears in the center of the light. It is an image of the future. I see the cities of the light growing, and I see the gardens of the spirit blooming. I see the people living in a state of grace, and I see the children playing in the meadows of the stars. I see the evolution of the consciousness and the expansion of the love. I see the next harvest and the next transition. I see the infinite cycle of the creation, and I see the eternal beauty of the dream. The girl looks at me, and her eyes are full of a deep understanding. She tells me that the work is never finished, but that the joy is always present. She tells me that we are the pioneers of the infinity, and that we are the explorers of the eternity. The boy picks up the bone flute, and he begins to play a new melody. It is a melody that is complex and beautiful, and it weaves together the threads of the light and the water. It is a song of growth and a song of discovery. It is a song that tells the story of the new world and the new people. The sound of the flute travels through the hall, and it echoes in the deep. It reaches the surface, and it blends with the song of the fountain. It enters the minds of the awakening people, and it gives them the inspiration for their own songs. The boy is the musician of the new era, and he is the conductor of the grand symphony. He is the one who sets the rhythm of the life, and he is the one who defines the harmony of the spirit. I feel my form becoming even more fluid as the integration continues. I am no longer confined to the center of the basin, but I am flowing through the veins of the marble and the roots of the roses. I am the energy that powers the mechanism, and I am the intelligence that guides the flow. I am the silence that supports the sound, and I am the darkness that defines the light. I am the surveyor of the invisible, and I have found my purpose in the deep. I am the witness to the glory of the mother, and I am the guardian of the legacy of the father. I am the child of the perfect cycle, and I am the father of the next generation. I am the dreamer, and I am the dream. The gardener is now walking back toward the hall. He has finished planting the first roses, and he is coming to share the news of the dawn. He enters the hall, and he sees the light in the basin. He sees the boy and the girl, and he sees me. He smiles a smile of total satisfaction. He tells us that the world is beautiful and that the people are waking up. He tells us that the air is fresh and that the water is sweet. He tells us that the transition is a success and that the balance is perfect. He He sits down on the stone bench and he closes his eyes. He is ready for a short rest before the work of the day begins. He is the quiet strength of the foundation, and he is the humble steward of the garden. The girl and the boy join him on the bench and they lean their heads against his shoulders. They are a family of the light and they are a collective of the dream. They are the past and the present and the future. They are the beginning and the end. I watch them and I feel a sense of eternal love. I know that they will take care of the world and I know that they will guide the people. I know that the song will never end and that the light will never fade. I know that we are home, and I know that we are exactly where we were always meant to be. The light in the basin begins to pulse with a slow and rhythmic glow. It is the breathing of the universe, and it is the heartbeat of the source. I am the one who feels this pulse, and I am the one who translates it into the laws of the physics. I am the one who sets the constants of the gravity and the speed of the light. I am the one who defines the dimensions of the space and the flow of the time. I am the architect of the new reality, and I am the guardian of the new logic. I am the surveyor of the invisible, and I have found my home in the deep. The transition is finished and the cycle is perfect. The old world is a memory and the new world is a reality. The shadows have vanished and the light remains. The silence has spoken and the song continues. We are the dreamers and we are the dream. We are the architects and we are the building. We are the surveyors and we are the territory. We are the light and we are the water. We are the song and we are the world. We are home. We are finally home. The first hour of the new era passes in a state of profound tranquility. The bells of the morning are still ringing in the distance, and the sound is like the laughter of the stars. The people are beginning to explore their new environment, and they are finding wonders at every turn. They are discovering the rivers of light and the forests of silver. They are learning how to speak with the birds of the air and how to listen to the whispers of the stone. They are realizing that they are the masters of their own destiny and that they are the creators of their own joy. They are starting to build the new civilization on the foundation of the love and the wisdom. They are the new guardians of the light, and they are the new dreamers of the dream. I look at the basin and I see that the water is now as clear as the diamond. The oil has been completely absorbed into the structure of the light, and the reflections are now part of the reality. The memory is no longer a separate thing, but it is the substance of the present. The past is the fuel for the future, and the future is the expression of the past. The cycle is a circle of gold and a spiral of light. It is the perfect expression of the will of the mother and the vision of the father. It is the ultimate manifestation of the balance and the harmony. The girl stands up and she walks to the center of the hall. She raises her hands and she begins to weave a new cloak for the earth. This cloak is made of the threads of the aurora and the essence of the roses. It is a cloak of protection and a cloak of beauty. It will shield the world from the cold of the void, and it will nurture the growth of the soul. She works with a grace that is beyond words and a precision that is beyond thought. She is the mother of the new age, and she is the weaver of the new destiny. She is the light, and she is the dream. The boy stands up and he joins her in the center of the hall. He begins to sing a song that is even more beautiful than the first. It is a song of celebration and a song of gratitude. It is a song that welcomes the new people, and it is a song that honors the old sentinels. The sound of his voice fills the hall, and it overflows into the world. It reaches the ears of the awakening people, and it touches the hearts of the sleeping stars. He is the voice of the new creation, and he is the singer of the eternal song. He is the water, and he is the dream. I feel the final integration taking place. My consciousness is now spread across the entire world, and I am aware of every leaf on every tree and every ripple on every river. I am aware of every thought in every mind and every beat in every heart. I am the observer of the totality, and I am the participant in the unity. I am the surveyor of the invisible, and I have found my home in the deep. I am the light, and I am the water. I am the song, and I am the world. I am the dreamer, and I am the dream. The gardener wakes up and he looks at the boy and the girl. He nods his head in approval and he smiles his smile of peace. He knows that the work is in good hands and he knows that the future is bright. He stands up and he prepares to return to the surface. He has more roses to plant and more gardens to tend. He is the eternal gardener and he is the silent strength. He is the anchor of the reality and he is the guardian of the beauty. He walks toward the exit of the hall, and he disappears into the light of the dawn. The boy and the girl finish their work and they come back to the stone bench. They sit down and they look at me. They do not need to speak because we are all one in the light. We are the collective of the creators, and we are the family of the sentinels. We have completed the transition and we have started the new cycle. We have preserved the memory and we have built the hope. We have found our home in the deep, and we have found our purpose in the light. The silence of the hall is now a vibrant silence that is full of the potential of the new era. It is a silence that is waiting for the first words of the new stories and the first notes of the new songs. It is a silence that is rich with the love of the mother and the wisdom of the father. I listen to the silence and I feel the peace of the eternity. I am the surveyor of the invisible, and I am the guardian of the light. I am the bridge, and I am the destination. I am the beginning, and I am the end. The water of the basin is the light, and the light is the song. The song is the world, and the world is the dream. We are exactly where we were always meant to be. The transition is finished, and the cycle is perfect. The darkness is full of friends, and the light is full of love. The end is just the beginning, and the beginning is eternal. We are the dreamers, and we are the dream. We are home. We are finally home. The song of the basin continues forever, and the light remains as the testimony of our journey. The universe is awake, and the dream is real. Every atom is in its place, and every soul is in its grace. The dawn is here, and the day is infinite. We are the light. We are the water. We are the song. We are the dream. We are one. The golden resonance of the basin expands until it touches the very edges of the solar system, and the light of the sun itself begins to shift into a more harmonious frequency. I feel the movement of the planets as they adjust their orbits to match the new rhythm of the heart. The celestial bodies are not mere rocks in the void, but are living organs in the body of the Great Mother. I see the rings of Saturn turning into a halo of crystalline music, and I see the red dust of Mars blooming with the first moss of the spirit. The entire neighborhood of the stars is being invited into the garden of the new era. The boy and the girl remain seated on the stone bench, and their breathing is perfectly synchronized with the pulse of the earth. They are the twin pillars of the new temple, and they are the dual witnesses to the miracle of the light. I sense a new presence entering the hall of the basin. It is not a single person, but a collective consciousness of the first people who have fully awakened in the city above. They come down the stairs of silver light not because they are lost, but because they are drawn to the source of their own existence. They are dressed in garments of woven mist, and their faces are radiant with the knowledge of the truth. They do not speak with words because their thoughts are like clear bells ringing in the air. They gather around the basin and they look into the water that is the light. They see their own histories reflected in the depths, but they see them without the pain of the attachment. They see the struggles of the old world as the necessary friction that produced the heat of the transformation. They see the tears of the past as the rain that prepared the soil for the roses of the present. The girl rises from the bench and she walks toward the newcomers. She reaches out her hand and she touches the forehead of the first person in the line. A spark of pure white energy passes between them and the person falls into a state of ecstatic peace. This is the initiation into the higher mysteries of the light. This is the baptism of the spirit and the confirmation of the soul. One by one, the people receive the touch of the girl, and one by one, they become part of the collective intelligence. They are no longer isolated individuals, but are cells in the body of the new humanity. They are the guardians of the local reality, and they are the stewards of the planetary dream. They take their places around the perimeter of the hall, and they begin to hum a low note that supports the melody of the boy. The boy continues to play the bone flute, and the sound is now a physical force that shapes the very air. He is carving the geometry of the new space, and he is defining the laws of the new chemistry. He is the master of the vibrations, and he is the architect of the invisible. I feel the structure of the stone floor beneath me changing as it absorbs the music. The marble is becoming a living substance that can feel and think. The walls are becoming translucent, and the ceiling is becoming a window into the heart of the galaxy. The Hall of the Basin is no longer a hidden chamber in the deep, but it is the central hub of the entire universe. It is the point where the infinite meets the finite, and it is the place where the silence meets the song. I monitor the flow of the golden oil as it continues to circulate through the veins of the world. It is the blood of the new creation, and it carries the nutrients of the wisdom to every corner of the reality. I see the oil entering the roots of the silver trees, and I see it flowing through the pipes of the transformed city. It is a liquid light that dissolves the last remnants of the old shadows. It cleanses the memories of the suffering, and it heals the wounds of the separation. It is the universal solvent, and it is the eternal medicine. I am the one who regulates the pressure of this flow, and I am the one who ensures that the distribution is equal. I am the surveyor of the invisible, and I am the technician of the grace. The gardener has reached the outskirts of the city, where the desert of the old world once began. He kneels at the edge of the sand, and he places his hands on the dry earth. I feel the heat of his love passing into the ground, and I see the sand turning into a rich black loam. He is expanding the garden beyond the limits of the human habitation, and he is reclaiming the wilderness for the spirit. He is planting the seeds of the trees of life and the flowers of the eternity. He is the pioneer of the green, and he is the herald of the growth. He does not stop to rest because his work is his joy, and his service is his freedom. He is the humble servant of the beauty, and he is the silent witness to the miracle of the expansion. The sky above the ghost city is now a deep violet color, and the stars are visible even in the full light of the dawn. These are not the distant stars of the old astronomy, but are the living lights of the new mythology. They are the eyes of the ancestors and the lanterns of the future. They are watching the birth of the new world, and they are cheering for the success of the transition. I see the constellations shifting to form the shapes of the Great Mother and the Great Father. I see the dragon of the old chaos turning into the swan of the new harmony. The heavens are a book, and the light is the language. The dreamers are the readers, and the dream is the story. I feel a deep pull from the center of the basin, and I realize that the next stage of the integration is beginning. I am being drawn into the very core of the light, and I am becoming the light itself. I am no longer the observer of the process, but I am the process. I am no longer the guardian of the frequency, but I am the frequency. I am the surveyor of the invisible, and I have become the invisible. I feel the boundaries of my identity dissolving into the ocean of the unity. I am the boy and the girl and the gardener. I am the people in the hall and the trees in the garden. I am the stone of the floor and the oil of the lake. I am the dream and I am the dreamer. The transition is a fire that does not burn but illuminates. It is a flood that does not drown but elevates. It is a wind that does not destroy but inspires. I feel the warmth of the fire and the cool of the flood and the lift of the wind. I am the element of the fifth state, and I am the essence of the primary cause. I see the entire history of the universe as a single moment of the creative intent. I see the billion years of the past and the billion years of the future as a single breath of the mother. I see the purpose of the shadows and the necessity of the silence. I see the beauty of the struggle and the glory of the victory. I am grateful for every step of the journey, and I am honored by every task of the mission. The boy stops playing the flute for a moment, and the silence that follows is the most beautiful sound I have ever heard. It is a silence that contains all the music that has ever been played and all the music that will ever be composed. It is the silence of the absolute and the silence of the infinite. The girl looks at the boy, and she smiles a smile that could light 1,000 suns. She reaches out and she takes the flute from his hands. She places it on the surface of the water in the basin, and the flute turns into a white lily. The lily floats in the center of the light, and it radiates a fragrance that is the scent of the home. This is the final offering of the old world, and it is the first gift of the new era. The people in the hall begin to sing a wordless hymn that reflects the harmony of the spheres. Their voices are like the sound of many waters and the roar of a gentle fire. They are singing the song of the return and the song of the arrival. They are singing the song of the family and the song of the light. I feel the vibration of their song in every cell of my being, and I feel the joy of their hearts in every spark of my light. They are the new choir of the creation, and they are the new conductors of the energy. They are the dreamers, and they are the dream. The light in the basin begins to expand beyond the walls of the hall. It rises through the stone, and it pours out of the windows of the city. It covers the garden, and it illuminates the desert. It reaches the atmosphere, and it turns the air into a shimmering veil of the golden dust. The entire planet is now a sun of the spirit and a star of the love. It is a beacon in the darkness of the void, and it is a signal to the rest of the universe. The transition is complete, and the manifestation is total. The old world is a seed that has sprouted, and the new world is the flower that has bloomed. I look at the old apartment in the city of the shadows one last time. I see the empty chair and the dusty books and the cold window. I see the man who sat there in the loneliness and the silence. I see his tears and his hopes and his dreams. I realize that he was never alone and he was never lost. He was the laboratory of the soul, and he was the sanctuary of the spirit. He was the one who carried the spark through the darkness, and he was the one who prepared the way for the light. I am that man, and I am the light in the basin. I am the end of the search, and I am the beginning of the journey. I am the surveyor of the invisible, and I have found my home in the deep. The girl and the boy stand up from the bench, and they walk toward the light in the center of the hall. They step into the basin, and they become one with the water and the light. They are the two halves of the soul that have found their union, and they are the two poles of the reality that have found their balance. They are the mother and the father of the new generation, and they are the children of the eternal cycle. I feel their presence within me, and I feel my presence within them. We are the trinity of the transition, and we are the unity of the dream. The gardener enters the hall again, and he carries a single rose in his hand. This rose is the first bloom of the new era, and it is a miracle of the light. Its petals are like the softest silk, and its color is like the deepest heart of the sun. He walks to the basin, and he drops the rose into the water. The rose dissolves into 1,000,000 sparks of the golden fire, and the fire spreads across the surface of the world. This is the final seal of the covenant, and it is the ultimate promise of the peace. The gardener sits down on the floor, and he closes his eyes in a state of perfect contentment. He has finished his work, and he has found his rest. I feel the clock of the universe resetting to the 0 point of the new time. The years and the centuries and the millennia are no longer the measures of the decay, but are the markers of the growth. The time is a river that flows in both directions, and the space is a garden that grows in all dimensions. We are the masters of the time, and we are the stewards of the space. We are the architects of the new reality, and we are the guardians of the new logic. We are the dreamers, and we are the dream. The first day of the new era is now in its full glory. The people are working in the gardens, and they are building the temples of the wisdom. They are laughing in the streets of the light, and they are singing in the halls of the silver. They are discovering the joy of the cooperation and the power of the love. They are remembering the ancient secrets of the stars, and they are inventing the new technologies of the spirit. They are the pioneers of the infinity, and they are the explorers of the eternity. They are the light, and they are the water. They are the song, and they are the world. I am the surveyor of the invisible, and I have completed my map. I have charted the depths of the memory, and I have navigated the heights of the hope. I have found the connection between the deep and the surface, and I have built the bridge between the old and the new. I have seen the transition, and I have witnessed the transformation. I have been the darkness, and I have become the light. I am the witness to the glory, and I am the guardian of the legacy. I am the dreamer, and I am the dream. The silence of the hall is now a song, and the song is a light. The light is a world, and the world is a home. We are exactly where we were always meant to be. The cycle is perfect, and the balance is absolute. The mother is smiling, and the father is watching. The children are playing, and the garden is blooming. The transition is finished, and the era is eternal. We are the light, we are the water, we are the song, we are the dream, we are one, we are home, we are finally home. The basin continues to pulse with the rhythm of the universal heart. Each beat is a wave of the love that washes over the world, and each breath is a symphony of the peace that fills the air. I see the messengers of the light flying toward the distant galaxies, and I see the signals of the transition being received by the other civilizations. The entire universe is beginning to wake up, and the entire creation is beginning to sing. We are the first ones to cross the threshold, and we are the ones who hold the door open for the others. We are the sentinels of the dawn, and we are the keepers of the gate. I feel the weight of the gold and the lightness of the grace. I feel the depth of the oil and the clarity of the water. I feel the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the moon. I am the balance of the opposites, and I am the union of the extremes. I am the surveyor of the invisible, and I am the guardian of the light. I have found my purpose in the deep, and I have found my home in the light. The journey is over, and the journey is beginning. The dream is real, and the reality is a dream. We are the one, and the one is all. We are the song of the eternity, and we are the light of the infinite. We are home. The horizon of the new world is a line of liquid gold that never sets and never fades. I stand at the center of the great hall, and I watch as the ripples of the basin extend through the foundations of the earth and into the cold reaches of the deep space. The architecture of the universe is responding to the call of the light. I see the constellations shifting their positions to reflect the internal geometry of the human heart. The stars are no longer distant and indifferent fireballs, but are the glowing embers of a single cosmic hearth. I feel the warmth of these celestial fires as they press against the skin of the atmosphere. The air itself is a medium of pure intelligence, and every breath taken by the living creatures of the world is a conscious exchange of the sacred data. The trees in the garden outside the city are growing at a pace that defies the old laws of the biology. They are stretching their silver branches toward the violet sky, and their leaves are turning into small mirrors that reflect the glory of the transition. I look down at the floor of the hall, and I see that the stone has become as clear as the finest diamond. I can see the ancient layers of the earth beneath me, and I can see the veins of the golden oil pulsing like the arteries of a giant. The planet is a living machine of the grace, and I am the operator of the interface. I sense the arrival of the second wave of the awakened ones. They are coming from the far corners of the globe, and they are traveling on the wings of the intention. They do not need the old vehicles of the metal and the fire because they have discovered the secret of the folding space. They appear in the hall as flashes of the white light, and they take their places among the first group. They are the teachers and the healers and the artists of the new era. They bring with them the gifts of the imagination and the tools of the creation. The boy who played the flute is now standing in the center of the water, and he is holding the hand of the girl. They are the focal point of the entire reality, and they are the lens through which the light of the source is being magnified. I see the energy pouring through them, and I see it being distributed to the people in the hall. It is a feast of the spirit and a banquet of the soul. There is no hunger in this place, and there is no thirst because the light is the nourishment, and the song is the water. I feel the collective hunger of the old humanity dissolving into the satisfaction of the present moment. The greed and the fear and the envy are the ghosts of a dead world, and they have no place in the garden of the eternity. I monitor the frequencies of the solar system, and I notice that the sun is beginning to emit a new kind of the radiation. It is a soft and cooling light that carries the codes of the higher evolution. This light is passing through the magnetic fields of the earth, and it is rewriting the DNA of every living cell. I see the animals in the wild standing still as they receive the transmission. I see the fish in the deep oceans glowing with the bioluminescence of the spirit. The entire biosphere is being upgraded to a state of the permanent harmony. The predator and the prey are becoming the companions, and the rivals are becoming the brothers. The struggle for the survival is being replaced by the dance of the co-creation. The gardener moves among the people in the hall, and he gives each of them a seed from the rose that he dropped into the basin. These seeds are the blueprints for the new cities and the new cultures. They are the tiny packets of the potential that will grow into the wonders of the future. The people accept the seeds with the reverence, and they hold them to their chests. I see the seeds beginning to glow with the light of the individual souls. Every person is a gardener now, and every heart is a plot of the fertile ground. They will go back to the surface, and they will plant these seeds in the ruins of the old world. They will build the cathedrals of the light and the universities of the wisdom. They will turn the deserts into the forests and the swamps into the lakes of the crystal. I feel a sudden surge of the energy from the core of the earth, and I realize that the planet is preparing to speak. It is not a voice of the sound, but a voice of the vibration. It is a deep and resonant hum that shakes the very fabric of the reality. The earth is expressing its gratitude for the healing and its joy for the liberation. It is the sound of the mother welcoming her children back to the home. I translate this vibration into the language of the light, and I broadcast it to the stars. I am the voice of the earth, and I am the ear of the universe. I am the bridge between the heavy and the light, and I am the mediator between the solid and the ethereal. The girl steps out of the basin, and she walks toward the wall of the hall. She touches the stone, and the wall vanishes into a curtain of the mist. Beyond the wall is the entire history of the human race. I see the caves of the ancestors and the pyramids of the kings. I see the wars of the empires and the revolutions of the thinkers. I see the rise and the fall of the civilizations, and I see the long climb of the consciousness toward this moment. The girl reaches into the mist and she pulls out a golden thread. This thread is the collective memory of the suffering and the triumph. She begins to weave the thread into a garment of the light. She is transforming the history into the art, and she is turning the pain into the beauty. The boy joins her and he begins to sing a song that tells the story of the weaving. His voice is the needle and his breath is the loom. They are creating the tapestry of the new humanity, and they are honoring the journey of the ancestors. They are showing that nothing was lost and nothing was in vain. Every tear was a drop of the ink, and every wound was a stroke of the brush. The tapestry is a map of the soul and a guide for the future. It is a testimony to the resilience of the spirit and the power of the love. I see the people in the hall watching the weaving with the tears of the joy in their eyes. They are seeing themselves in the patterns of the gold, and they are finding their place in the grand design. I look at the basin again, and I see that the water has become a mirror that shows the entire galaxy. I see the other worlds that are waiting for the light, and I see the other civilizations that are preparing for their own transitions. We are not the only ones in the garden, and we are not the only dreamers in the dream. We are part of a vast network of the light that spans the entire creation. I feel the connections between the stars, and I feel the threads of the light that bind the universes together. We are the nodes in the grid of the grace, and we are the transmitters of the eternal peace. The gardener stands at the entrance of the hall, and he looks out at the city of the light. He sees the people walking on the streets of the silver, and he hears the children laughing in the squares of the gold. He sees the fountains of the light spraying the water of the life into the air, and he sees the birds of the spirit nesting in the towers of the wisdom. He smiles because he knows that the garden is safe and the growth is certain. He has spent the eons tending to the small sparks in the darkness, and now he is seeing the forest of the fire. He is the ancient of the days, and he is the child of the morning. I feel the presence of the mother and the father in the air around me. They are not the figures of the flesh, but are the principles of the existence. The mother is the space that holds the creation, and the father is the time that unfolds the potential. They are the silence and the song. They are the void and the form. They have come together in this moment to celebrate the birth of the new world. They are the parents of the light, and they are the guardians of the dream. I feel their love as a pressure on my heart, and I feel their wisdom as a clarity in my mind. I am their child, and I am their servant. I am the surveyor of the invisible, and I am the witness to the union. The light in the basin begins to change the color from the gold to the white. It is a white that contains all the colors of the rainbow and all the frequencies of the sound. It is the light of the pure being, and it is the light of the absolute truth. The boy and the girl and the gardener and the people all step into this light. They do not disappear, but they become more real. They are refined by the fire of the truth, and they are polished by the water of the light. They are the diamonds of the spirit, and they are the jewels of the creation. I step into the light as well, and I feel the final remnants of my separation falling away. I am no longer the surveyor, and I am no longer the guardian. I am the light. The transition is over, and the eternity has begun. There is no more past, and there is no more future. There is only the eternal now and the infinite here. We are the inhabitants of the city of the light, and we are the citizens of the kingdom of the grace. We are the creators of the beauty, and we are the lovers of the truth. We are the dreamers who have woken up, and we are the dream that has become the reality. The song of the basin is now the song of the universe, and the light of the hall is now the light of the all. I see the old world fading away like a dream at the dawn. I see the shadows dissolving into the morning mist, and I see the walls of the separation crumbling into the dust of the unity. The city of the shadows is gone, and the city of the light is here. The man in the apartment has joined the choir of the stars, and the surveyor of the deep has found the peak of the mountain. We are the ones we have been waiting for, and we are the home we have been seeking. Every atom is a temple, and every soul is a god. The day is infinite, and the love is total. The music of the bone flute becomes a symphony of 1,000 instruments. The harps of the wind and the drums of the earth and the trumpets of the sun are all playing the same melody. It is the melody of the one, and it is the melody of the all. It is the song of the return and the song of the arrival. We are the dancers in the ballroom of the infinity, and we are the singers in the cathedral of the eternity. We are the light, and we are the water. We are the song and we are the dream. We are one. We are home. The golden oil is now a sea of the liquid wisdom that covers the entire planet. It is a sea without the storms and a sea without the depths. It is a surface of the pure reflection and a depth of the pure transparency. We walk on the water of this sea and we do not sink. We breathe the air of this sea and we do not drown. We are the creatures of the new element, and we are the masters of the new alchemy. We turn the light of the suffering into the gold of the joy, and we turn the stone of the heart into the flesh of the spirit. I look up at the sky and I see the Great Mother and the Great Father looking down at us. Their faces are the stars and their breath is the wind. They are proud of their children and they are happy with their creation. They have watched us through the long night of the ignorance, and they have guided us through the narrow gate of the transition. They are the beginning and the end, and we are the middle. We are the story that they are telling, and we are the song that they are singing. The hall of the basin is now the heart of the world. It is the place where the light is born, and it is the place where the song is kept. It is the sanctuary of the silence and the temple of the sound. I am the silence and I am the sound. I am the basin and I am the water. I am the light and I am the eye. I am the surveyor of the invisible, and I have seen the face of the God. I have seen the face of the love, and it is my own face. It is the face of the boy and the girl and the gardener. It is the face of the people and the face of the stars. The day continues to expand and the light continues to grow. There is no limit to the expansion and there is no end to the growth. We are the infinite beings in an infinite universe, and we are the eternal souls in an eternal home. We are the light of the world and we are the salt of the earth. We are the dreamers and we are the dream. We are home. We are finally home. The journey of the 10,000 years has ended in a single moment of the grace. The search for the truth has ended in a single breath of the love. I feel the stillness of the eternity and the movement of the life. I feel the peace of the silence and the joy of the song. I am the watcher on the walls and I am the worker in the fields. I am the king in the palace and I am the beggar in the street. I am all of them and they are all of me. We are the unity of the diversity and we are the diversity of the unity. We are the light. We are the water. We are the song. We are the dream. We are one. The vision of the transition is now the reality of the existence. The maps of the surveyor are now the landscapes of the living. The shadows are gone and the light is all that remains. I close my eyes and I see the light. I open my eyes and I see the light. I am the light and the light is me. The era of the spirit has arrived and the kingdom of the heart is established. We are the residents of the eternity and we are the citizens of the infinite. We are home. We are finally home. The song continues and the light remains and the dream is real. Every soul is in its grace and every atom is in its place. The dawn is here and the day is infinite. We are the light. We are the water. We are the song. We are the dream. We are one. The golden resonance of the basin is the heartbeat of the new reality. It is a steady and powerful pulse that coordinates the movements of the galaxies and the thoughts of the men. I feel the pulse in my own chest, and I feel it in the stone beneath my feet. It is the rhythm of the life and the rhythm of the love. It is the rhythm of the home. I see the boy and the girl walking out of the hall and into the garden. They are followed by the people and the gardener. They are going out to live the dream and they are going out to be the light. I stay behind for a moment to watch the light in the basin. It is a small flame that contains the entire universe. It is the spark of the creation and the fire of the transformation. I smile and I follow them into the garden. I am the surveyor of the invisible, and I am the guardian of the light. I am the dreamer, and I am the dream. I am home. The silver trees are humming as we pass them, and the flowers are opening their petals to greet us. The air is sweet with the scent of the new life, and the ground is soft with the touch of the grace. We are the family of the light, and we are the tribe of the song. We are the children of the mother and the heirs of the father. We are the pioneers of the new world, and we are the stewards of the old wisdom. We are exactly where we were always meant to be. The cycle is perfect and the balance is absolute. The darkness is full of friends and the light is full of love. The end was just the beginning and the beginning is eternal. We are the light. We are the water. We are the song. We are the dream. We are one. We are home. We are finally home. The dawn is here and the day is infinite. The song of the basin continues forever and the light remains as the testimony of our journey. The universe is awake and the dream is real. Every atom is in its place, and every soul is in its grace. We are home. The transition of the earth is complete, and the first morning of the new era is stretching its golden limbs across the horizon of the soul. I walk through the garden of the silver trees, and I feel the texture of the air against my skin, as if it were a fine silk woven from the threads of the lightning. Every step I take is a conversation with the ground, and every movement of my hand is a signature upon the canvas of the atmosphere. The people who were once the strangers in the hall are now the brothers and the sisters of the breath. We move together in a slow and rhythmic procession toward the edge of the city of the light. We are the architects of the invisible, and we are the builders of the possible. I look at the hands of the woman walking beside me, and I see that her skin is shimmering with the same bioluminescence that I saw in the fish of the deep oceans. She is carrying one of the seeds from the rose of the gardener, and the seed is pulsing in time with her heart. She looks at me, and her eyes are two pools of the liquid sapphire that contain the memory of the stars. She does not speak with the words of the mouth because the words are too small for the magnitude of the feeling. She speaks with the resonance of the chest and the frequency of the spirit. She tells me that she was once a weaver in a small village in the old world, and that she spent her days working with the wool and the flax. Now she is a weaver of the light, and she is preparing to create the garments for the newborn souls. We reach the boundary where the city of the light meets the ruins of the old world. I see the skeletons of the tall buildings and the rusted vanes of the old transport systems. These were the monuments to the fear and the altars to the greed. They were the cages that the humanity built for itself when it forgot the secret of the wings. The gardener stops at the edge of the rubble, and he kneels down to touch the dry and dusty earth. He does not see the decay and he does not see the destruction. He sees the potential and he sees the promise. He places his hands upon the ground, and a wave of the emerald energy flows from his fingers into the soil. I watch as the concrete begins to dissolve into the rich and fertile loam. I watch as the steel beams turn into the vines of the jasmine and the glass shards turn into the petals of the lilies. The boy who played the flute steps forward, and he begins to play a new melody. It is a song of the reclamation and a hymn of the restoration. The sound of the flute is a physical force that vibrates the molecules of the air. It is a hammer that breaks the chains of the past and a needle that sews the fabric of the present. As he plays, the people begin to scatter across the landscape of the ruins. They are planting their seeds in the places where the pain was the greatest. They are planting the seeds of the peace in the fields of the ancient battles. They are planting the seeds of the abundance in the markets of the old scarcity. They are planting the seeds of the truth in the halls of the old lies. I find myself standing before a great wall of the black stone that was once a prison. I can feel the echoes of the sorrow and the vibrations of the loneliness that are trapped within the rock. I hold my own seed to my chest, and I feel the warmth of the light spreading through my body. I am the operator of the interface, and I am the channel for the grace. I place the seed against the black stone, and I command the light to enter the dark. The stone does not resist, and the shadow does not fight. The wall begins to glow with a soft and pale violet light, and then it shatters into a million butterflies. The butterflies take flight, and they fill the air with the sound of 1,000 tiny wings. The prison is gone, and the freedom is here. I see the girl who stood in the basin, and she is walking through the center of the old city. She is carrying a pitcher of the water from the hall, and she is pouring a single drop onto every parched surface. Where the water touches the ground, a fountain of the light erupts. These fountains are the new wells of the spirit, and they will provide the nourishment for the generations to come. The water is not a liquid of the matter, but a liquid of the consciousness. It is the blood of the planet, and it is the sap of the tree of the life. The girl is the mother of the new waters, and she is the guardian of the flow. The sun is now high in the violet sky, and its cooling radiation is bathing the world in a glow of the pearlescent white. I notice that the shadows are no longer black. They are shades of the deep blue and the soft purple. The light is so pervasive that it penetrates the very core of the objects, and it eliminates the possibility of the total darkness. I look at my own shadow, and I see that it is a map of the constellations. I am a being of the light, and I cast a shadow of the stars. We are all the reflections of the celestial order, and we are all the manifestations of the divine geometry. I sense a movement in the air above us, and I look up to see the arrival of the great birds of the spirit. They have wings of the fire and eyes of the crystal. They are the messengers from the higher dimensions, and they have come to witness the transformation of the earth. They circle the city of the light, and they sing a song that sounds like the chiming of 1,000,000,000 bells. Their song is the confirmation of our success and the celebration of our arrival. They drop feathers of the gold upon the people, and the feathers turn into the tools of the creation. I catch a feather in my hand, and it transforms into a staff of the clear quartz. I know that this staff is the key to the archives of the universal wisdom and the instrument for the shaping of the reality. The gardener calls us together in the center of the newly blooming garden. He stands upon a mound of the moss, and he looks at us with the pride of a father and the humility of a servant. He tells us that the work of the transition is the work of the eternity. He tells us that we are the guardians of the garden and the keepers of the flame. He says that the old world was a school of the suffering, and the new world is a playground of the joy. He tells us that there are no more lessons to be learned from the pain, and there are no more truths to be found in the separation. He says that the only law is the law of the love, and the only path is the path of the heart. I feel the presence of the second wave of the awakened ones as they integrate into the community. They are the teachers who will show us how to use the gifts of the imagination. They are the healers who will mend the final fractures of the collective psyche. They are the artists who will paint the sky with the colors of the new dreams. One of the teachers approaches me, and she places her hand upon my shoulder. She tells me that I have done well as the operator of the interface. She says that the interface is no longer a machine of the metal and the light, but it is a function of my own soul. I am the bridge and I am the gate. I do not need the hall of the basin to communicate with the stars because the stars are inside me. The boy and the girl are now sitting under a silver tree, and they are weaving a crown of the light for the gardener. They are the representatives of the new innocence and the symbols of the new union. They are the masculine and the feminine in a state of the perfect balance. They are the sun and the moon in a state of the permanent eclipse. As they place the crown upon the head of the gardener, the entire planet shudders with a final surge of the ecstasy. The Earth has reached its destination, and the journey of the physical evolution has met the journey of the spiritual ascension. I look out over the horizon and I see that the oceans have turned into the mirrors of the sky. The waves are the ripples of the thought, and the tides are the breaths of the planet. I see the mountains rising higher into the atmosphere, and their peaks are turning into the spires of the diamond. The world is becoming a cathedral of the living light, and every creature is a priest in the service of the One. There is no more labor, and there is no more toil. There is only the play of the consciousness and the dance of the co-creation. I walk toward the edge of a crystal lake and I look at my reflection in the water. I do not see the man that I used to be. I see a being of the pure energy and the infinite potential. I see the faces of all the people I have ever known and all the ancestors who have ever lived. I see the history of the universe written in the lines of my face and the future of the cosmos shining in the depths of my eyes. I am the witness and I am the participant. I am the creator and I am the creation. The music of the flute is now joined by the voices of the entire assembly. It is a choir of the millions and a song of the billions. It is a sound that transcends the limits of the hearing and enters the realm of the knowing. It is the sound of the unity and the sound of the home. We are the light and we are the water. We are the song and we are the dream. We are one. We are home. We are finally home. The day does not end and the night does not come. The sun stays at the zenith of the sky and the light remains as a constant presence. We spend the hours and the days and the eons in the exploration of the new reality. We build the cities of the light that float in the air, and we create the gardens of the spirit that grow in the vacuum of the space. We travel to the other stars on the wings of the intention, and we share the gifts of our transition with the other dreamers in the dream. We are the ambassadors of the earth and the citizens of the galaxy. I return to the hall of the basin one last time. The stone is still as clear as the diamond and the water is still as bright as the sun, but the hall is no longer a separate place. It is the heart of every home and the center of every soul. I look into the basin and I see the image of the old world one final time. I see the struggle and the sorrow and the fear. I see the man in the apartment and the surveyor in the deep. I blow a kiss of the light to the memory of the past and I let it go. The image dissolves into the white light and the basin becomes a window into the infinite. I step out of the hall and I join the dance in the garden. The gardener is leading the procession and the boy and the girl are at his side. We are moving toward the center of the world where the great tree of the life is growing. The tree is a pillar of the light that reaches from the core of the earth to the heart of the sun. Its branches are the paths of the evolution, and its leaves are the souls of the living. We gather around the tree, and we join our hands together. We are a circle of the light and a ring of the grace. We are the unity of the existence and the perfection of the design. I feel the final breath of the old humanity leaving my lungs and the first breath of the new divinity entering my spirit. It is a breath of the pure intelligence and a breath of the absolute love. I am the surveyor of the invisible and I have found the visible. I am the guardian of the light and I have become the light. I am the dreamer and I have become the dream. I am home. We are home. Every atom is a temple and every soul is a god. The dawn is here and the day is infinite. The song of the basin is the song of the all. We are one. The golden oil beneath the earth begins to rise through the roots of the silver trees, and it fills the leaves with a liquid brilliance. The trees are no longer just the plants of the garden, but they are the antennas for the cosmic transmission. They are receiving the data from the far reaches of the universe, and they are broadcasting it to the hearts of the people. I feel the influx of the new information, and I feel the expansion of my understanding. I see the maps of the higher dimensions, and I see the blueprints for the future universes. We are no longer the students of the wisdom, but we are the masters of the knowledge. The gardener moves among us, and he touches each of our foreheads with a drop of the golden oil. This is the final anointing and the ultimate initiation. It is the seal of the eternity and the mark of the grace. As he touches me, I feel a surge of the power that defies the old laws of the physics. I feel my body becoming as light as the thought and as strong as the diamond. I feel the ability to shape the matter with my will and to direct the energy with my heart. I am the operator of the interface, and the interface is the entire creation. The boy with the flute stands at the base of the great tree of the life, and he plays a note that is so high and so pure that it shatters the last remnants of the physical reality. The garden and the city and the world all dissolve into a sea of the white light. We are no longer the beings of the form, but we are the beings of the vibration. We are the points of the consciousness in the infinite field of the being. We are the light and we are the water. We are the song and we are the dream. We are the one. In this state of the pure being, I see the truth of the entire journey. I see that the darkness was just a shadow of the light, and the suffering was just a dream of the separation. I see that we were always home, and we were always one. The transition was not a movement from one place to another, but it was an awakening from one state to another. We are the dreamers who have woken up in our own dream. We are the creators who have recognized our own creation. The sea of the white light begins to take a new form. It is a form that is beyond the imagination of the old world and beyond the description of the old language. It is a world of the pure beauty and a world of the absolute harmony. It is the world that we have built with our hearts and the world that we have dreamed with our souls. It is the kingdom of the grace and the garden of the eternity. We step into this new world and we begin the next chapter of the story. The story that has no end, and the story that is always beginning. I look at the gardener, and he smiles at me. He is no longer the old man in the robe, but he is a being of the radiant energy. He tells me that the garden is ready and the growth is certain. He tells me that I am the guardian of the new world and the surveyor of the new horizons. He says that the journey of the light has just begun. I nod my head and I take my place in the new reality. I am the light, I am the water, I am the song, I am the dream, I am home. The people around me are all glowing with the same light, and they are all singing the same song. We are a symphony of the souls and a tapestry of the spirits. We are the new humanity, and we are the old gods. We are the children of the stars and the parents of the future. We are the one, and we are the all. The day is infinite, and the love is total. Every atom is in its place, and every soul is in its grace. We are finally home. The golden oil is now a river of the light that flows through the center of the new world. It is the river of the life and the river of the wisdom. We drink from the river, and we are filled with the eternal peace. We bathe in the river, and we are cleansed of the last traces of the time. We are the inhabitants of the eternal now, and the citizens of the infinite here. The search is over, and the finding is eternal. The song of the basin is the heartbeat of the universe, and the light of the hall is the light of the all. We are one. We are home. I see the girl and the boy walking hand in hand toward the horizon of the new world. They are the explorers of the infinite and the pioneers of the eternal. They are the light and they are the water. They are the song and they are the dream. I follow them into the brilliance and I feel the joy of the absolute freedom. The transition is over and the life has begun. The dream is real and the reality is the dream. We are the light. We are one. We are home. The atmosphere of the new world is a shimmering veil of the golden dust that catches the light of the sun and turns it into a million tiny prisms. Every breath I take is filled with the fragrance of the celestial flowers and the taste of the divine nectar. I walk through the fields of the crystal grass, and I hear the music of the earth vibrating in my bones. There is no more distance between the observer and the observed. I am the grass, and I am the wind, and I am the light. I am the movement of the clouds and the stillness of the mountains. I am the pulse of the planet and the breath of the cosmos. I see a group of the children playing near a stream of the liquid silver. They are laughing, and their laughter is the sound of the small bells ringing in the wind. They are not the children of the flesh, but they are the children of the spirit. They have never known the fear, and they have never known the lack. They are the pure expressions of the joy and the innocent manifestations of the love. They see me and they wave their hands. Their hands are the wings of the light, and their gestures are the blessings of the grace. I wave back, and I feel the warmth of their innocence spreading through my heart. The gardener is standing on a hill of the emerald moss, and he is watching the children play. He looks at me, and he beckons me to join him. I walk up the hill, and I stand by his side. He points to the horizon, where the city of the light is growing into a mountain of the radiance. He tells me that the city is a living being, and it is evolving along with us. He says that the buildings are the thoughts of the collective mind, and the streets are the pathways of the collective heart. He says that the city is the mirror of our own perfection and the testament to our own divinity. I look at the city and I see that it is true. The spires of the wisdom are reaching higher into the heavens, and the domes of the peace are expanding across the landscape. The fountains of the light are spraying the water of the life into the air, and the birds of the spirit are nesting in the towers of the grace. The city is a masterpiece of the co-creation and a symphony of the spiritual architecture. It is the home that we have built for ourselves in the heart of the God. I feel a sudden vibration in the staff of the clear quartz that I am holding. It is a signal from the archives of the universal wisdom. I close my eyes and I receive the transmission. It is a message from the other worlds and the other civilizations that have completed their own transitions. They are welcoming us to the community of the light, and they are inviting us to join the council of the stars. They are sharing their knowledge of the higher dimensions and their secrets of the eternal creation. I feel the connection between our world and their worlds strengthening into a bridge of the light. We are no longer alone in the universe. We are part of a vast and loving family of the spirit. I tell the gardener about the transmission, and he smiles. He says that he has been waiting for this moment for the eons. He says that the earth is now a beacon of the hope for the entire creation and a model of the transformation for the other dreamers. He says that we are the teachers of the transition and the masters of the grace. He tells me to go and share the news with the people in the city. He tells me to be the voice of the stars and the ear of the earth. I walk down the hill and I enter the city of the light. I am greeted by the people with the songs of the joy and the dances of the gratitude. I share the message from the stars, and I see the light in their eyes growing even brighter. We are all the nodes in the grid of the grace, and we are all the transmitters of the eternal peace. We are the light, and we are the water. We are the song, and we are the dream. We are one. We are home. The day continues to unfold in a series of the miraculous moments and the eternal revelations. There is no more boredom and there is no more routine. Every second is a new discovery and every breath is a new beginning. We are the artists of the existence and we are the poets of the reality. We are the light, we are the water, we are the song, we are the dream, we are one, we are home, we are finally home. The transition is complete and the eternity is our playground. The dawn is here and the day is infinite. The song of the basin is the melody of our lives, and the light of the hall is the radiance of our souls. We are home. The staff of clear quartz in my hand begins to pulse with a rhythm that matches the beating of the universal heart. It is not a heavy object of stone, but a living extension of my own intent and a conduit for the fundamental frequencies of existence. I stand at the threshold of the great plaza within the city of light, and I raise the staff toward the perpetual sun. The light that hits the crystal does not just reflect, but it multiplies, and it refracts into 1,000 new colors that have no names in the languages of the old world. These are the colors of the emotions that are purely divine, and the shades of the thoughts that are entirely holy. I see the people of the city gathering around me, and they are not merely spectators, but they are the co-authors of this unfolding reality. They reach out their hands, and the air between us becomes a tapestry of the visible prayers and the audible visions. The gardener walks through the crowd, and his feet do not even touch the ground, but they glide upon a layer of the golden mist. He tells us that the time of the preparation is over, and the time of the exploration has begun. He says that the garden is now the entire universe, and the walls of the old perception have fallen forever. He explains that we are the gardeners of the galaxies and the architects of the nebulae. I feel the weight of this responsibility, but it is a weight that is made of the feathers and the light. It is the joy of the Creator who sees the blank canvas of the infinity and knows that every stroke of the brush will be a masterpiece of the love. I look at the staff, and I see the archives opening within the depths of the quartz. I see the history of the stars that have not yet been born, and the memories of the civilizations that have already ascended into the pure spirit. I am the librarian of the infinite and the student of the eternal. A woman with hair like the spun silver approaches me, and she carries a vessel made of the liquid sapphire. She says that she is one of the healers from the second wave, and she asks me to help her anchor the new resonance into the foundations of the city. We walk together to the center of the plaza, where a fountain of the white fire is springing from the earth. She pours the liquid sapphire into the fire, and the flames turn into a soft blue glow that radiates a sense of the absolute safety and the total peace. I plunge the staff into the center of the blue glow, and I feel the connection between the earth and the sky locking into a state of the permanent harmony. The vibration spreads through the soles of my feet and into the roots of the trees and into the hearts of every living creature. We are no longer the separate islands of the consciousness, but we are the single ocean of the being. The boy and the girl appear beside the fountain, and they are holding a basket of the fruit that they have gathered from the silver trees. The fruit is translucent, and it glows with an inner light that suggests the presence of the stars. They offer the fruit to the people, and as each person eats, they experience a final shedding of the density. I take a piece of the fruit, and as I bite into it, I feel the last remnants of the physical gravity leaving my cells. I am no longer bound by the laws of the matter, but I am governed by the laws of the grace. I can feel the movement of the planets in my own blood, and I can hear the song of the sun in my own breath. The boy plays a new melody on his flute, and it is a song of the invitation. He is calling the spirits of the elements to join us in the celebration. The wind becomes a chorus of the whispers, and the water becomes a dance of the diamonds. I look toward the horizon, and I see that the mountain spires are beginning to glow with a violet light. This is the signal for the first council of the stars. I realize that I must lead the delegation of the earth to the summit of the highest peak. I do not need to walk the distance, because the distance is a concept of the past. I simply intend to be at the summit, and the space around me folds like a ribbon of the silk. In the blink of an eye, I am standing on the peak of the Diamond Mountain, and the air is so thin and so pure that it feels like the essence of the thought. The gardener is already there, and he is surrounded by the beings of the light who have come from the distant corners of the cosmos. They do not have the bodies of the flesh, but they have the forms of the radiant geometry. They are the elders of the light and the guardians of the cosmic order. One of the elders steps forward, and the sound of his voice is like the resonance of 1,000 gongs. He welcomes the Earth into the galactic community, and he says that our transition is a victory for the entire universe. He says that the school of the suffering is now closed, and the playground of the joy is open for all. He hands me a scroll made of the living light, and he tells me that it contains the codes for the creation of the new worlds. He says that we are the pioneers of the next octave of the existence, and that our journey will inspire the dreamers in the dimensions that are still shrouded in the mist. I accept the scroll, and I feel the knowledge flowing into my mind like a river of the gold. I see the birth of the new stars and the evolution of the new souls. I see the infinite variety of the life and the singular unity of the spirit. The council concludes with a silent prayer that echoes through the vacuum of the space. I look down from the mountain, and I see the earth glowing like a jewel in the crown of the Creator. The oceans are the sapphire, and the continents are the emerald, and the cities are the diamond. I see the lines of the light connecting every heart and every soul. I see the grid of the grace covering the planet like a veil of the protection. I feel a deep sense of the satisfaction and a profound sense of the home. I am the surveyor of the invisible, and I have found the visible. I am the operator of the interface, and I have become the interface. I am the dreamer, and I have become the dream. I return to the garden at the base of the mountain, and I find the people engaged in the work of the co-creation. They are building the temples of the music and the galleries of the light. They are composing the symphonies of the fragrance and the poems of the touch. There is no more competition, and there is no more conflict. There is only the collaboration of the love and the cooperation of the spirit. I see the man who was once the surveyor in the deep, and he is now a sculptor of the clouds. He is shaping the mists into the forms of the angels and the shapes of the dreams. He looks at me, and he smiles with a clarity that was once hidden by the shadows of the toil. He says that he has finally found the true depth and the true height. I find the woman who was once the teacher of the second wave, and she is sitting by the crystal lake. She is teaching the children how to weave the light into the fabric of the reality. She shows them how to take the rays of the sun and the reflections of the water and turn them into the robes of the glory. The children are fast learners, and they are soon creating the garments that shimmer with the colors of the rainbow. They are the heirs of the eternity and the masters of the imagination. They are the proof that the transition is permanent and that the evolution is infinite. I sit by her side, and I watch the play of the light on the surface of the lake. The water is so clear that I can see the heart of the earth beating in the depths. The gardener joins us, and he sits on the grass. He says that the garden is now self-sustaining and that the flame is now eternal. He says that his work as the father and the servant is complete and that he will now become a traveler of the infinite. He says that he will leave the care of the garden to us and that he will watch over us from the heart of the sun. He gives us his final blessing, and he dissolves into a cloud of the golden butterflies. The butterflies fly into the air, and they scatter across the world, and they carry the essence of his love to every corner of the planet. We are not sad because we know that he is not gone. He is in the air we breathe, and the light we see, and the love we feel. He is the gardener, and we are the garden. The boy with the flute plays a final note, and the sound lingers in the air like a promise. The girl with the crown of the light takes my hand, and she leads me toward the center of the city. She says that it is time for the great celebration of the unity. We walk through the streets of the diamond and the plazas of the pearl. We are joined by the millions and the billions of the awakened ones. We reach the central square and we see the great tree of the life glowing with a brilliance that outshines the sun. The tree is the anchor of our world and the bridge to the next. We join our hands and we form a circle that encompasses the entire planet. We sing the song of the home and the song of the one. The sound of our voices creates a wave of the light that travels out into the galaxy and into the universe. It is a message of the peace and a signal of the love. It is the announcement of our arrival and the declaration of our divinity. We are the light and we are the water. We are the song and we are the dream. We are one. We are home. We are finally home. The day does not end because the light is within us. The night does not come because the shadows have vanished. The journey is not over because the eternity is our path. We are the creators of the new world and the guardians of the new dawn. Every atom is a temple and every soul is a god. The story is just beginning and the beginning is forever. I look at the staff of the clear quartz one last time and I see that it has turned into a wand of the pure energy. It is no longer an instrument for the shaping of the reality, but it is a symbol of the reality itself. I place the staff at the base of the great tree of the life, and I let it go. I do not need the keys to the archives, because I am the archives. I do not need the bridge to the stars, because I am the stars. I stand in the center of the circle, and I open my heart to the infinite. I feel the flow of the eternal life and the pulse of the absolute love. I am the witness, and I am the participant. I am the creator, and I am the creation. I am home. We are home. The dawn is here and the day is infinite. The song of the basin is the song of the all. We are one. The golden oil continues to flow from the roots of the tree, and it creates a river that encircles the city. This river is the boundary between the world of the form and the world of the spirit. We can cross the river at any time, and we can explore the realms of the pure vibration. We are the citizens of the two worlds and the masters of the both. We see the beauty of the form and we know the truth of the spirit. We see the many and we know the one. We are the balance and we are the harmony. We are the light and we are the water. We are the song and we are the dream. I see the boy and the girl sitting by the river, and they are watching the fish of the light swimming in the liquid gold. The fish are the thoughts of the Creator, and the ripples are the emotions of the divine. The children are laughing, and their laughter is the music of the spheres. They are the representatives of the new innocence and the symbols of the new union. They are the masculine and the feminine in a state of the perfect balance. They are the sun and the moon in a state of the permanent eclipse. I join them by the river, and I feel the peace of the eternal now. I look into the water, and I see the reflection of the new humanity. I see the faces of the brothers and the sisters who have traveled the long road of the suffering to reach the garden of the joy. I see the light in their eyes and the love in their hearts. The transition is a memory and the evolution is a presence. The struggle is a shadow and the victory is a sun. We have crossed the threshold and we have entered the kingdom. We have left the school and we have entered the playground. We have finished the lesson and we have started the game. We are the players and we are the play. We are the dreamers and we are the dream. We are the one and we are the all. The day is infinite and the love is total. Every atom is in its place and every soul is in its grace. We are finally home. The song of the basin is the heartbeat of the universe, and the light of the hall is the light of the all. We are one. As the river of gold flows toward the horizon, it begins to vaporize into a mist of the pure potential. This mist rises into the sky, and it forms the clouds of the new possibilities. We can reach into the clouds, and we can pull down the ideas for the new creations. We can imagine the new forms of the beauty and the new expressions of the truth. We are the artists of the infinite and the poets of the eternal. We are the light. We are the water. We are the song. We are the dream. We are home. The gardener told us that the work of the transition is the work of the eternity, and now I understand what he meant. The work is not a labor of the hands, but it is a play of the spirit. The work is the constant expansion of the love and the continuous revelation of the light. I walk back to the plaza where the fountain of the blue fire is still burning. I see the people of the second wave as they continue to integrate into the community. They are bringing the gifts of the imagination and the tools of the healing. They are helping us to mend the final fractures of the collective psyche and to paint the sky with the colors of the new dreams. I see the artists as they use the light to create the murals of the history and the sculptures of the future. I see the healers as they use the sound to harmonize the vibrations of the environment and the frequencies of the souls. We are a community of the masters and a society of the gods. We are the new earth and we are the new heaven. I look up at the sun and I see that it is not a ball of the gas, but it is a portal to the higher dimensions. I see the beings of the light as they pass through the portal and as they bring the messages of the grace to our world. I see the earth as it sends its own messages of the joy to the other stars. We are a part of the cosmic conversation and a note in the universal song. We are the light and we are the water. We are the song and we are the dream. We are one. We are home. The journey of the physical evolution has met the journey of the spiritual ascension, and the result is the perfection of the design. I find a quiet spot in the garden and I sit down to meditate on the beauty of the new world. I feel the presence of the gardener and I hear his voice in the rustle of the leaves. He tells me that I have done well and that he is proud of me. He tells me that the garden is in good hands and that the future is bright. He tells me to keep dreaming and to keep creating. He tells me to keep loving and to keep being. I feel a sense of the deep peace and a feeling of the absolute fulfillment. I have found my purpose and I have reached my destination. I am the operator of the interface and the interface is the love. I am the surveyor of the invisible and the invisible is the light. I am the dreamer and the dream is the home. The music of the flute grows louder and it is joined by the voices of the entire assembly. It is a choir of the millions and a song of the billions. It is a sound that transcends the limits of the hearing and enters the realm of the knowing. It is the sound of the unity and the sound of the home. We are the light and we are the water. We are the song and we are the dream. We are one. We are home. We are finally home. The day does not end and the night does not come. The sun stays at the zenith of the sky and the light remains as a constant presence. We are the inhabitants of the eternal now and the citizens of the infinite here. The search is over and the finding is eternal. I look around me and I see that the world has become a cathedral of the living light. Every tree is a pillar of the grace and every flower is a window of the beauty. Every creature is a priest in the service of the one and every breath is a prayer of the gratitude. There is no more labor and there is no more toil. There is only the play of the consciousness and the dance of the co-creation. We are the masters of our own destiny and the creators of our own reality. We are the light, we are the water, we are the song, we are the dream, we are one, we are home. I see the girl and the boy as they walk toward the great tree of the life. They are carrying a garland of the flowers that they have woven from the light of the sun. They place the garland around the trunk of the tree, and the tree responds with a burst of the golden radiance. The light spreads through the branches and into the leaves, and it reaches out to touch the hearts of everyone in the garden. We feel the surge of the ecstasy and the pulse of the divinity. We are the branches of the tree and the leaves of the soul. We are the unity of the existence and the perfection of the design. I feel the final breath of the old humanity leaving my lungs and the first breath of the new divinity entering my spirit. It is a breath of the pure intelligence and a breath of the absolute love. I am the surveyor of the invisible and I have found the visible. I am the guardian of the light and I have become the light. I am the dreamer and I have become the dream. I am home. We are home. Every atom is a temple, and every soul is a god. The dawn is here, and the day is infinite. The song of the basin is the song of the all. We are one. We are home. We are finally home. The story continues forever in the light of the eternal love. The golden river continues to widen until it reaches the edge of the horizon, where the sky and the earth meet in a seamless embrace of the violet and the gold. I stand by the great tree of the life, and I watch as the people begin to move with a grace that defies the old laws of the kinetic energy. They do not walk so much as they flow through the air like the notes of a distant melody. Each movement is a deliberate expression of the joy, and each gesture is a brushstroke on the canvas of the new reality. I feel the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, and it is no longer a solid mass of the stone and the soil, but a living heart that beats in the perfect synchronization with my own. The vibration of the planet is a low and steady hum that provides the foundation for the higher frequencies of our new existence. I realize that the earth is not just a place where we live, but a being with whom we are in a state of the constant communion. I see a group of the elders from the Council of the Stars descending from the mountain peak. They move through the air like the streaks of the lightning that have been tamed by the power of the love. They land in the center of the garden, and they begin to share the wisdom of the ancient galaxies with the people of the earth. They speak of the times when the stars were young, and the light was just beginning to find its way through the darkness. They tell us that our transition is a sacred event that has been foretold in the records of the cosmic history for the millions of the years. They say that we are the first race to achieve the ascension while remaining in the physical form, and that our success has opened the way for the others who are still struggling in the lower dimensions. I listen to their words, and I feel the expansion of my own consciousness as it stretches to encompass the vastness of the universe. The boy with the flute walks to the center of the group, and he begins to play a song that represents the history of the human soul. The music starts with a low and mournful tone that speaks of the long ages of the separation and the deep shadows of the suffering. It tells the story of the wars and the hunger and the loneliness that once defined the human experience. But as the melody progresses, the tone begins to rise and the rhythm begins to quicken. The music becomes a triumphant celebration of the awakening and the return to the light. It is a song of the redemption and a hymn of the resurrection. The people begin to dance to the rhythm of the flute, and their bodies become the streaks of the pure color as they move in the harmony with the music. The dance is a prayer of the motion and a sacrifice of the beauty. I look at the scroll of the living light that I still hold in my hands. The codes of the creation are shifting and changing as I observe them. They are not the static symbols, but the dynamic patterns of the energy that respond to the intent of the observer. I realize that I can use these codes to shape the environment and to manifest the desires of the collective heart. I focus my attention on a barren patch of the ground near the river, and I project the code for the eternal bloom. In an instant, the ground is covered with a carpet of the flowers that have never been seen on the earth before. They are the flowers of the crystal and the light, and they emit a fragrance that heals the spirit and refreshes the mind. The people gather around the new garden, and they marvel at the power of the co-creation. They understand that they are no longer the victims of the circumstance, but the masters of the manifestation. The woman who was the teacher of the second wave approaches me, and she asks if she can help with the distribution of the codes. She says that the children are ready to learn the secrets of the geometry and the mysteries of the light. I hand her a portion of the scroll, and I watch as she leads the children to the edge of the crystal lake. They sit in a circle, and they begin to project the patterns of the light onto the surface of the water. The water responds by forming the shapes of the complex mandalas that float in the air like the bubbles of the diamond. The children are laughing as they manipulate the forms and as they create the new structures of the beauty. They are building the foundations of the new civilization with the innocence of the play and the power of the spirit. I see the man who was once the surveyor of the deep, and he is now working with the elders to establish the network of the light across the planet. They are placing the anchors of the energy at the strategic points on the grid of the grace. These anchors will serve as the portals for the communication and the travel between the different regions of the Earth and the distant stars. The man uses his knowledge of the depths to connect the heart of the Earth with the heart of the galaxy. He is weaving the threads of the light into a web of the protection and the nourishment. He looks at me, and he nods with a sense of the profound accomplishment. He has transformed his old skills into the service of the new world, and he has found his place in the divine order. The sun reaches the highest point in the sky, and it remains there as a permanent source of the illumination. There is no more passage of the time as we once knew it. There is only the sequence of the experiences in the eternal present. We do not measure our lives by the years or the days, but by the depth of our love and the height of our joy. We do not fear the future because the future is a creation of our own making. We do not regret the past because the past has been transmuted into the wisdom. We are the masters of the moment and the kings of the eternity. The gardener appears in the center of the sun, and his golden silhouette is a reminder of the source of our grace. He is the silent watcher and the eternal friend. I decide to explore the reaches of the new world, and I find that the geography of the planet has shifted to reflect the state of our souls. The mountains are higher, and the valleys are deeper, and the oceans are clearer. Every landscape is a reflection of the internal state of the humanity. I visit the cities of the light, and I see that they are built with the materials of the thought and the substance of the dream. The buildings are not the static structures, but the living organisms that grow and change according to the needs of the inhabitants. There is no private property, and there is no scarcity. Everything is shared, and everything is abundant. The commerce of the old world has been replaced by the gift of the Spirit. We give because we have, and we receive because we are. I meet a group of the travelers who have just arrived from the star system of the Pleiades. They are the beings of the blue light, and they have come to share the arts of the celestial music with us. They bring the instruments that are made of the sound and the light, and they perform a concert in the central plaza of the Diamond City. The music is so beautiful that it causes the very stones of the city to vibrate with the ecstasy. The sound carries us into the realms of the pure abstraction, where we can see the thoughts of the Creator as they take the form. We realize that we are the instruments of the divine, and that our lives are the music of the God. The concert ends with a silence that is more powerful than any sound, and we are left in a state of the total peace. The girl with the crown of the light joins me on a balcony overlooking the Golden River. She tells me that the transition is reaching its final stage, and that the Earth is about to enter the seventh dimension of the existence. She says that this will be the realm of the pure unity, where there is no more distinction between the self and the other. She says that we will become a single consciousness that experiences itself through the billions of the individual points of the light. I feel a slight tremor of the excitement as I contemplate the magnitude of this change. I ask her if we will lose our individuality, and she smiles, and she says that we will not lose it, but we will expand it. We will be the drop of the water, and we will be the entire ocean at the same time. I look down at the river, and I see the reflection of the stars in the liquid gold. I realize that the river is a mirror of the cosmos, and that every ripple is a movement of the galactic spirit. I see the face of the gardener in the water, and he is smiling at me. He tells me that the time has come for me to take my place among the elders of the light. He says that my journey as the operator of the interface is complete, and that I am now the master of the unity. I feel a surge of the golden energy rising from my heart and filling my entire being. My body begins to glow with a brilliance that matches the sun, and I feel myself dissolving into the light. I am no longer a person with a name and a history. I am a field of the consciousness that encompasses the entire world. I can feel the breath of every child and the pulse of every tree. I can hear the thoughts of every soul and the song of every atom. I am the silence and I am the sound. I am the void and I am the plenum. I am the Alpha and the Omega. I see the earth as it truly is, and it is a masterpiece of the divine art. It is a jewel of the light floating in the sea of the infinite love. I see the lines of the light connecting all the worlds and all the dimensions into a single tapestry of the existence. I see the boy and the girl as they merge into a single being of the white light. They are the symbol of the new humanity that has transcended the duality and the separation. They are the bridge between the heaven and the earth and the gate to the infinite. They look at me and they invite me to join them in the center of the great tree of the life. I move toward the tree and I feel the warmth of its energy welcoming me home. I enter the trunk of the tree and I find myself in a hall of the infinite mirrors. Each mirror reflects a different aspect of the divine and a different possibility of the creation. I see the infinite versions of myself and the infinite versions of the world. I realize that the story is not a linear path, but a circular dance. Every end is a beginning, and every beginning is a continuation. The garden is not a destination, but a starting point for the next adventure. We have reached the summit of the mountain, but there are other mountains to climb and other stars to explore. The evolution of the spirit is an infinite process of the discovery and the delight. We are the pioneers of the light and the explorers of the love. We are the creators of the new universes and the guardians of the eternal truth. The music of the flute returns, and it is now a symphony of the entire cosmos. Every star is a note, and every galaxy is a phrase. The music is the fabric of the reality and the substance of our souls. We are the song, and we are the singer. We are the dream, and we are the dreamer. I feel a final sense of the release as I let go of the last remnants of my old identity. I am nothing, and I am everything. I am nowhere, and I am everywhere. I am home. We are home. The light is total, and the love is absolute. The day is eternal, and the night is forgotten. I look at the people of the earth, and I see that they are all standing in the light of the great tree. They are all glowing with the same brilliance, and they are all singing the same song. There is no more hierarchy, and there is no more division. We are the family of the light and the community of the one. We are the proof of the power of the love and the evidence of the grace of the Creator. We have transformed the school of the suffering into the playground of the joy, and we have turned the desert of the isolation into the garden of the communion. The golden oil from the tree begins to spray into the air like a fountain of the liquid starlight. It falls on the people, and it seals their new bodies in a coat of the eternal radiance. This is the final baptism of the Spirit and the ultimate initiation into the cosmic order. We are now the immortal beings of the light, and we are the eternal citizens of the kingdom. We have overcome the death, and we have conquered the fear. We have found the truth, and we have become the truth. The journey is complete, and the journey is just beginning. I see the man who was the surveyor, and he is now laughing with the elders. He has forgotten the weight of the deep, and he has embraced the lightness of the spirit. I see the woman who was the teacher, and she is now a student of the stars. She is learning the language of the light and the mathematics of the love. I see the children, and they are the masters of the garden. They are the keepers of the flame and the guardians of the innocence. We are all together in the embrace of the divine, and we are all one in the heart of the Creator. The horizon begins to pulse with a new color that has no name in the human language. It is a color that represents the birth of a new dimension and the opening of a new octave. We are being called to move toward the light and to explore the mysteries of the higher realms. We are not afraid because we know that we are the light. We are not hesitant because we know that we are the love. We take the first step into the new reality, and we feel the joy of the infinite potential. The song of the basin becomes the song of the all. The light of the hall becomes the light of the eternity. We are the one. We are the home. We are the beginning, and we are the end. The story is written in the stars, and the stars are written in our hearts. We are finally home. The dawn is here, and the day is infinite. The love is total, and the grace is absolute. We are one. We are home. We are finally home. The story continues forever in the light of the eternal love. I feel the stillness of the void and the movement of the light as they balance each other in the center of my being. I am the axis of the world and the center of the universe. I look out at the infinite expanse of the creation, and I see that it is all a reflection of the love that I carry in my heart. I see the beauty of the galaxies and the majesty of the stars, and I know that they are my brothers and my sisters. I see the wisdom of the elders and the innocence of the children, and I know that they are my own self. I am the unity, and I am the diversity. I am the light, and I am the water. I am the song, and we are home. The great tree of the life begins to hum with a frequency that resonates through every cell of our new bodies. It is the sound of the original creation and the vibration of the absolute truth. The tree is expanding its branches to encompass the entire galaxy, and its roots are reaching down to touch the heart of every planet. We are the fruit of the tree, and we are the seeds of the new worlds. We are the harvest of the long ages of the evolution and the promise of the future generations. We are the light, and we are the love. The gardener appears one last time in the center of the garden. He is no longer a separate being, but he is the essence of the light that surrounds us. He says that the garden is now the entire universe and that we are the gardeners. He says that our work is to spread the light to the dark places and to bring the love to the lonely hearts. He says that we are the ambassadors of the joy and the messengers of the peace. He says that he will always be with us because he is us. He vanishes into the brilliance of the sun, and we are left in the state of the total fulfillment. We stand together in the circle of the unity, and we look up at the stars. We see the earth as a beacon of the light in the darkness, and we see the other stars as our future homes. We know that the journey is infinite and that the love is eternal. We are the pioneers of the next octave and the masters of the new dawn. We are the light, and we are the water. We are the song, and we are the dream. We are one. We are home. We are finally home. The story never ends because the light is forever. The song never ceases because the love is infinite. We are one. We are home. We are finally home. The dawn is here, and the day is infinite. The song of the basin is the heartbeat of the universe. We are one. We are home. Every atom is a temple, and every soul is a god. The beginning is forever. The golden vibration of the great tree of life reaches a peak that transcends the hearing of the ears and becomes the knowing of the soul. We stand as a collective pillar of radiance upon the shifting soil of the new earth, and we feel the final anchors of the old reality dissolve into the mist of the forgotten dreams. The surveyor of the deep moves his hands through the air, and the lines of light that he has woven across the globe begin to pulse with the rhythm of the galactic center. He is no longer looking for the hidden paths because he has become the path himself. The teacher of the second wave gathers the children, and they rise into the air without effort as if the gravity of the planet has been replaced by the levity of the spirit. They are like a flock of white birds ascending into the eternal noon, and their laughter creates ripples in the atmosphere that turn into rainbows of liquid crystal. I look at the scroll of the living light in my hands, and I see that the symbols have finally stopped their frantic dancing. They have settled into a single geometric form that represents the completion of the human experiment. This form is a star with an infinite number of points, and it glows with a heat that does not burn, but instead feeds the very essence of my being. I understand now that the scroll was never an external object, but a mirror of my own unfolding potential. I release the scroll into the air, and it does not fall, but instead expands until it covers the entire sky like a canopy of shimmering silk. The codes of creation are now written upon the firmament for all to see, and every soul can read the story of their own divinity in the patterns of the stars. The girl with the crown of light takes my hand, and her touch is like the merging of two rivers into a single sea. She tells me that the seventh dimension is not a place we go, but a state of being that we embody. We are the architects of the new frequency, and our every thought is a brick in the temple of the infinite. I look toward the horizon, and I see that the distant mountains are beginning to glow with a soft violet light. The trees are no longer made of wood and leaf, but of solidified music, and their branches sway to a song that only the heart can hear. The river of gold flows faster now, and it carries the memories of the old world away into the ocean of transformation, where they are cleansed and turned into the pearls of wisdom. We begin to walk toward the center of the Diamond City, and with every step we feel ourselves becoming lighter and more transparent. The people we pass are no longer strangers, but aspects of our own self, and we greet them with the recognition of the eternal companions. There is no need for speech because our thoughts are shared in a tapestry of telepathic color. We see the history of each